We live? Let's go. We are. Welcome to the channel. It's the first live stream, first stream with a paid sponsor. So let's go. Yeah. Wait for more people to show up, and then we'll get at the PC hardware news. It'll go over some RAM news, actually, right off the bat. If you want to help out this channel, click the link description below. It's W. You got to click that link there. It'll automatically put on the code for you. If you don't want to click the link, just go into W website and then use the code OCPC, all capital. You'll get 10% off your first purchase order. Hopefully everyone had a good day. Chat. Like I said, we're just going to wait for some more people to show up. We're going to go over some new RAM that's going to be coming out. Going to talk about CPUs that might be using them and the performance that we're actually looking at. So yeah, news on RAM. DDR6. It's going to be low-powered LPDDR6. And JEDEC, or the Joint of Electron Device Engineering Council, has came out with the specs, and we're going to go over that. It's looking pretty good, actually. In my opinion, it's looking pretty good. I didn't think DDR6 was going to be coming out anytime soon, but more or less it might be coming out by the end of this year, early next year. So it's been about 5 years. 5 years since DDR5 came out. Again, 12th generation CPUs were the first ones to utilize DDR5, and it came out 5 years ago. Now we are at DDR6. Specifically on this topic, though, we're going to be talking about LPDDR6, so a little bit different than just regular DDR6, but still low-power DDR6, and the specs that we're seeing is pretty wild. So we're going to start off now. The group says that it improved LPDDR6 performance by increasing the number of subchannels and decreasing their size. Okay, so if you don't know, DDR4, 64, it's a 64-bit channel, and then DDR5, it goes to 32 channels. Now it's going to be 4 24-bit subchannels, which is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy that they've cut it down that amount. and put in that many different subchannels. But if they're getting these kind of speeds and performance out of them, it's actually quite wild. So DDR5 split 64-bit channel used by DDR4 into 2 independent 32-bit subchannels. Okay, so times that by 2, 32, it's 64, so you're still getting it, but it's been cut down in half per subchannel to allow increased performance. That's why we also have to go from mega transfers to megahertz. When we're seeing that in, let's say, CPU Z or some sort of monitoring, it's going to say, let's say you're at 6,000 mega transfers per second, it's going to say 3,000. That's because it's a subchannel of 32-bit of 3,000 times that by 2. That puts it to the 64-bit of 6,000 mega transfers per second at 64-bit. That's how that works. So, DDR5 splits the 64-bit channel used by DDR4 into 2 independent 32-bit subchannels. NLP DDR6 improves this by using 4 24-bit subchannels, resulting in lower latency and higher concurrency. So if it lowers the latency, we're going to see better performance over DDR5 because it will put it down to closer to DDR4 specs on latency, which will actually help increase the actual data transfer rate, which will be very nice. The group has also lowered the voltage requirement for the memory and deployed additional power-saving features like dynamic voltage frequency scaling, so DVFSL, and that's for the low-powered. Kind of like it's done on ECC or error correcting VRAM. It has that already put into place, as in, let's say, GDDR6X, which is micron error correcting VRAM. It has that in place, so that way if it's under no load, it's at a lower voltage. The higher the load, the more the voltage to a specific voltage for max. So, which lowers power demand during low frequency operations. The group says that LPDDR6 will have a data rate between 10,667 and 14,400 megatransfers per second. Stock, which translates to an effective bandwidth of around 28.5 to 38.4 gigabits per second. That's insane. So, comparing that, let's say, to DDR5 with the record, with Salty Croissant's record of 12,054 mega transfers per second, which he achieved early on this year, I do believe. And that's Salty Croissant. Go check him out, hardwarebot.org. He's a crazy overclocker and a great guy overall. She's good at overclocking on that, but this stock of 10,667 or 14,400 megatransfers per second up to 38.4 gigabits per second bandwidth is crushing the top overclock of a top overclocker. It's wild, and that's stock. So imagine these speeds later on, especially when they don't put it to the low-powered DDR6, they put it to just DDR6, so that way it's probably a little bit easier to tune for overclockers like myself and other top overclockers to reach maybe up to 20,000 megatransfers per second. That would be absolutely wild. So since JEDEC is a widely recognized standards organization and has active members from the biggest companies across the globe, we expect LPDDR6 to be adopted quickly. Again, like I said, it's probably going to come out either on the end of this year when new CPU generation has came out, new platform has came out, so that way it can utilize the DDR6. Again, we'll still probably be able to use DDR5, but they'll have motherboard manufacturers that will able to have DDR6 in its place. The pin layout is probably going to be different, so you'll have to have a specific motherboard for the DDR6 versus the DDR5, kind of like the DDR4 and DDR5 boards that Intel has. Several companies have already expressed support for this new specification, including Chip Design, Corporations, Candidates, and Synopsys. Testing companies, Advanced Test Corporation and Keysight Technologies, several chip manufacturers like MediaTek, Qualcomm, and Samsung, and notable memory makers like Micron, SK Hynix. LPDDR6 is primarily designed for laptops and other mobile devices. Again, low powered. That's kind of what they're designed for, is low powered devices. So even though we have the low power DDR6 is going to be coming out fairly recent, but after LPDDR6 is in place. JEDEC has yet to announce the finalized specification for DDR6, which is primarily aimed at desktops, although the group said that it is aimed to publish them this year, more or less at the end of this year. Yo, how's it going, Vep? How's it going, Theo? Let's go. Yeah, quite happy with that. Can't complain. Yeah, it's an energy drink sponsorship, so that's pretty awesome. Gonna be sending in for my free, for a sample. Basically, they're gonna give me a jug. I can also get my own custom made container as well, so that way people can buy an OCPC style container with my own flavor as well. Process. I have a possessed phone. I don't know about the touchscreen is doing weird things at times. Oh, really? That's crazy. Does it have a cracked screen? Do you have sweaty hands? If you have sweaty hands, that would happen. Try to clean your screen. If you want to check out Dubby, you just click the link in the description below. If you click that link and get anything off of there, you get the 10% off automatically after you go to the cart. It'll show that it's already has that in place. If you just go onto Dubby.com for checking it out yourself, if you use OCPC, all capitals, you'll get 10% off your first purchase. But if you just click the link in the description below, automatically enables that for you. So it took about a year for DDR5 modules to arrive in the market after it was announced in 2020, and we expect the same with LPDDR6 and DDR6, like I've been talking about. If it gets announced this year, most likely will get announced this year. I'm going to say in Q4 it will be announced, and or coming out by the end of this year, early next year, because it will be adopted by the next platform from AMD and for Intel. It's cracked at the top, or it doesn't matter if it's cracked at the top or not. If you have sweaty hands and a little bit of your sweat goes anywhere near that, it can cause issues. Did you hear about the new Chinese CPU that the CCP is claiming will be Intel? No, by 2030. 2030. And by then, Intel will have their 1.4 nanometer going. So, no. Sorry, the Chinese won't be able to catch up. They won't even be able to catch up to TSMC, buddy. And Intel's looking to crush TSMC. That's why they're discontinuing the 18A and 18AP node. It's just in February, and it isn't doing anything special. It can happen just right out of the blue. Yeah, I've already read about all that. It's by 2030, I do believe that's when they said 2030 to 2035, but 5 years is what they're saying we'll be able to replace AMD and Intel CPUs. By 2030, there'll be a next generation Intel's can be at 1.4 nanometer, which TSMC won't even be able to touch, Samsung won't be able to touch, other manufacturers won't even be able to touch. Again, for Zen 6 is going to use 3 nanometer and 2 nanometer. That's going to be AMD's newest generation, Zen 6 with the Medusa, Gorgon Point. That's 3 nanometer and 2 nanometer. It's not going to be strictly 2 nanometer. It will be a 3 nanometer and 2 nanometer. Intel by 2027 is hoping to be in risk production of 1.4 nanometer CPUs, which is 1.4 nanometer. not 3 nanometer or 2 nanometer, strictly 1.4 nanometer. They might have the IO at 2 nanometer, but for the P cores and the E cores, if they still do the P cores and E cores, they might even just make all P core CPU, all E core CPU for consumers. And again, they will be doing the same thing for data centers, because data centers are actually liking the all E core, tons of cores, and all P core, tons of cores as well. It's not beating Intel. Let me check. I'll check again. Bum, 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 bum. What we got here? But the thing is, I'm forced to stay with my Galaxy S9. I mean, that's a lot newer than what I have. The next year where I'm going to replace it, yeah. I mean, just clean it up. Clean it up with some alcohol wipe, and should hopefully fix it. Universe swaps and design architecture form goal and dealer at 124 months to give Epic and Xeon the run for the money. We're talking about Hygon. I mean, something that I really can see that's new from what I've read. And no, it's not going to be beating Intel. Nothing new that I can see. Yeah, exactly. It's 7 nanometers what they're using. They're using a 7 nanometer. And they're testing against old CPUs. So, yeah, I've already gone over this. This is the Hygon. It's a Hygon 512 thread, 128 core, 512 thread CPU with AVX 512 and 16 channel DDR5 at 5600 support. That's slow. Intel and AMD got it so that they're working at 8800 megatransfers per second on the memory channel. So yeah, even if they put it against Intel's Xeons, even if they put it against their just strictly E cores, they couldn't beat the E cores. And then put it against the P cores. Good luck. Good luck, man. That's why data centers are loving the actual Xeons. Xeon 6000s. Yeah, I've already gotten to that in other live streams. Into fake news, they're just saying, and they're talking about by, like I said, 2030. They're hoping to be able to beat Intel and AMD. Hoping. But by then, Intel is going to be absolutely crushing that, and with AMD Zen 6, it'll be crushing it. No, the update went 7 nanometer. Yeah, because that's how far advanced Intel and AMD are. TSMC, not AMD. More or less, it's TSMC that makes the chips. Majority of chips are made by TSMC. Intel wants to be independent and make their own chips. That's why they are doing it themselves, not doing anything with TSMC. They want to be independent and not have TSMC do anything for them anymore. They can subcontract stuff off, but yeah. I've already gone over that. You got an updated one though too in China. It's 7 nanometer, and it's still not as good. That's why they're talking by 2030. By 2030. Again, by 2030, good luck trying to catch up to AMD and Intel by then. Good luck. Wow, it's not even AMD Intel. It's Intel and TSMC. Good luck catching up to them. So again, it took about a year for DDR5 modules to arrive on the market after it was announced in 2020, and we expect the same with LPDDR6 and DDR6 if it gets announced this year. Either again, probably will be announced this year. This is also about right as the biggest memory manufacturers have announced to discontinuation of the DDR4 production in 2025, but they actually might come out by making more DDR4 modules. So there's the prices. The price is going up. They might start making more memory chips for DDR4. However, there's still demand for this older. I hope they do. I hope they come out with a new batch of actually DDR4 that is kind of like a Samsung B die, but better than Samsung B die. Because Samsung B die, with voltages, you can get either A, really good timings, or B, high frequency. If they can do that, but make it better than a Samsung B die, like make it like a Samsung Z die, like a Z die, just a final generation of DDR4 and just an overall better CPU, and have it so that way it can handle the frequencies with the timings, that would be awesome. And I would probably pick up a kit of DDR4 at that and hopefully decent price. But because of the way DDR4 prices are going right now, they've literally jumped almost 40 and 50% in some regions. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can. Pretty sure they can. The thing is, what they would have to do is invest in high EUV lithography machines to be able to downscale that, to downscale it to a lower nanometer. They're probably on a form of low EUV lithography machine, which will be a hindrance on what they can actually do, like how low of a nanometer they can actually go. But if they can refine the architecture of their CPU, it could be an absolute monster. It could. It's just making a CPU to actually go with companies that have so much more money. It's not an easy thing to do. Intel's made a lot of contracts over the past 6 months, like over 600 contracts with a bunch of companies, military, surveillance systems, and also has laid off a bunch of people to save money so that way they can keep investing in better architectures and designs. That's why I'm liking what they're doing with their next generation. They might have an X3D variant, like a 3D V cache. And if they do, AMD is in trouble. AMD will be in trouble for gaming. But again, Intel's not caring about gamers. They don't care about gamers. They don't want to care about gamers. If AMD was smart, they wouldn't care about gamers. They would invest their money in actually trying to make an actual extremely efficient CPU that you can link up to 1,000 machines and actually have them all linked up so that way every single CPU can be linked up and all cores can be utilized at the exact same time. All the RAM can be utilized at the exact same time on a certain process. But they can't. They don't. They're working on it up to 96, but that's in production. It's only 96. They should do it so that way it can be like 1,000 machines all at once. They'll have to do certain like connection points and stuff like that throughout the whole server racks and stuff like that. So that way each of them will have a huge latency. But if they can actually do it so that way the CPUs can be linked up and all the RAM can be linked up to thousands of machines, that would put them in such a leading edge that I don't know if Intel, NVIDIA could even keep up to them. But then AMD literally is such a small company, they won't be able to do that. NVIDIA is now a $4 trillion company and is working on CPUs, and people are using their CPUs. The military's already using their CPUs. Yeah, it's their own, yeah. but you can implement it to make sure it works on x86. That's the thing. And that's what they're talking about. 8 months ago-ish, I think it was 8 months ago-ish when they were talking about it. Yeah, and Intel's not going anywhere. Intel's just trying to make sure they can make the money in somewhere else. Again, if AMD was smart, they would stop focusing on gamers. They don't make any money from us. They don't make money from us. They make money from data centers. One data center will buy more CPUs, more hardware than all of the sales for gaming CPUs. All. But guess what? All these data centers and that are buying Intel right now. All these data centers are buying NVIDIA. They're not buying AMD. They literally stopped shipments from AMD because the performance was not there for data centers. It sucks. It sucks for them because they're too focused on gamers. Putting your name out to the gamers isn't going to make you money. Unfortunately. ARM is supposed to be what they're trying to achieve by the end of this year is like 50% of the market. It's not going to happen. It's unfortunately, it's not going to happen. But yeah, they're talking about trying to achieve 50% of the CPU market. It's not going to happen. They would need a huge breakthrough and a lot of marketing. So it won't happen. So some more sad news for Intel here. No, but the efficiency and the performance is there for now with Apple Silicon. Yeah. But you got to remember, that's just for small hardware. That's for handhelds and mobiles. Basically, it's just mobiles and your little mini desktop PCs. That's it. A very small market. The handhelds is getting to be a pretty big market, but it's not a huge money market. Not as big as what people think. Compatibility for normal GPUs, it's not going to happen with Apple. The proprietary, remember, they'll have their own way of doing that. So sad days for Intel right now. Intel says it's too late for them to catch up with AI competition. Reportedly claims Intel has fallen out of the top 10 semiconductor companies as the firm lays off thousands across the world. I was talking about this yesterday too. Intel has been in a dire state these past few years with seemingly nothing going right. Its attempt to monetize x86 with a hybrid big little architecture a la ARM failed to make a meaningful impact in terms of market share and gains, only made worse by last gen's Arrow Lake chips barely registering a response against AMD's lineup. That doesn't matter. The Arrow Lake was very small of a loss for them, a small loss, and people are making a big deal about it. On the GPU front, the blue team served an undercooked product far too late. While not entirely hopeless, was nowhere near enough to challenge industry dominant players. All of this compounds into a grim reality, seemingly confirmed by new CEO Lip Budon in a leaked internal conversation today. Not for the desktop market, but ARM is really good for low. Yep, that's what I was just saying. But no, they were saying 50% of the actual CPU market. For me now, the question because since I'm going to high school, the question is either I switch from a desktop to laptop or I choose a mini PC with like a Ryzen 7 with the Radeon 780M or a mini PC with a Core Ultra 9 with the Intel Arc 40 or 170V. I don't remember it. Ooh, the Ryzen 7 one is actually pretty good. The 780M is actually pretty good. Pretty low powered too, and it's pretty good. I've gone over it in live streams. Not saying anything's wrong with the Ultra 9 with the Intel Arc is, but for less power and performance, you're still gonna get good performance out of that Ryzen 7 and 780M. It's good. It's good. So, according to Oregon Tech, it's borderline a fight for survival for the once great American innovation powerhouse as it struggles to even acknowledge being among the top contenders anymore. Despite Time's insistence, Intel would still rank fairly well given its extensive legacy. While companies like AMD, NVIDIA, Apple, TSMC, even Samsung might be more successful today, smaller chip makers like Broadcom, MediaTek, Micron, and SK Hynix are not above the blue team in terms of sheer impact. They're not. Again, this is why Intel is going to be cutting production. They'll be still doing in-house production of the 18A for their own products, but not going to be going out and allowing other companies to use their 18A, so that way they can just make money off of that and not have to pay off for or get full price basically for their products. For giving it away for NVIDIA and what they're saying, NVIDIA and Broadcom. Have the time to change distinct parts. Will not game off. Oh, you won't game often? Oh. If you're not going to game often, then yeah, the Intel side's going to be better. Yeah, if you're not going to game often, I would go after the Intel then. Regardless, talking to employees around the world in a Q&A session, Intel CEO allegedly shared these bleak words. 20, 30 years ago, we were really the leader. Now I think the world has changed. We are not in the top 10 semiconductor companies. As evident from the quote, this is a far cry from a few decades ago when Intel essentially held a monopoly over the CPU market, 78%, making barely perceivable upgrades each generation in order to sustain its dominance. At one time, Intel was so powerful that it considered acquiring NVIDIA for $20 billion. The GPU maker is now worth $4 trillion. Yep, went over that yesterday. I gotcha. I never saw AMD as an honorable competitor until it was too late. Ryzen pulled the carpet from underneath the blue team's feet. Now more people choose to build an AMD system than ever before. Not only that, but AMD also powers their favorite handhelds like Steam Deck and ROG Ally X, alongside the biggest consoles, Xbox Series and PlayStation 5. AMD works closely with TSMC, another one of Intel's competitors, as the company makes its own chips in-house. Oh, that's a $1 million combo right there, Squeeze. That's a $1 million combo. An Intel 4004. That's all GPU. It's all GPU. So this vertical alignment was once a core strength for the firm, but it has turned into more of a liability these days. Faltering nodes that can't quite match the prowess of Taiwan have arguably held back Intel's processors from reaching the full potential. In fact, starting in 2023, the company tasked TSMC with manufacturing the GPU tile on its Meteor Lake chips. This partnership extended to TSMC, essentially making an entire compute tile for Lunar Lake, and now in 2025. Roughly 30% of fabrication has been sourced out to TSMC. Again, that's why big companies like that's good to have, because they can source out and make some pretty good CPUs and portions of CPUs that are GPU bound as well. A long overdue admission of failure that could have been prevented had Intel been allowed to make its leading edge CPUs with external manufacturing in mind from the start. Ultimately, its own foundry was the limiting factor. They didn't have the updated machines to make the CPUs that they gave to TSMC. Well, 30% of the fabrication TSMC. It's the first one. It's an original. Slowest CPU ever. What are you talking about? Slowest CPU ever. Get out of here. That CPU's older than you. Probably almost twice as old as you. It still technically worked. No. No, it's not. Wait, is it? No, I don't think it is. Oh, yeah. Never mind. It is. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it is a bit older than me. The first gen Core i7 from 2008 is older than me. 71. Not sure where you're getting 1976. Yeah, 71. Bit older than me. So, as such, Intel has been laying off thousands across the world in a bid to cut costs. It's not even cutting costs, too. It's some of the foundries that they still have, like Fab 28 going. There's actually like almost no point of the foundry even running. They're probably losing money having that foundry running, having all those workers there, because it's still using the old process node as well. Like that's all they're manufacturing is old stuff and a little bit of AI as well, but it's all old stuff to manufacture in there that nobody probably wants. So kind of makes sense for them to be cutting the costs. Let's say, is that half your age? Yeah, I know. Yeah, costs have skyrocketed due to high R&D spending for future nodes, and the company faces a $16 billion loss in Q3 last year. Intel's resurrection has to be a marathon, said Tan, as he hopes to turn around the company culture and be humble. And listening to shifting demands of the industry, Intel wants to be more like AMD and NVIDIA, who are faster, meaner, and more ruthless competitors these days, especially with the advent of AI. Intel still beats AMD for AI. NVIDIA, no. NVIDIA is actually crushing AI right now. Of course, artificial intelligence has been around for a while, but it wasn't until OpenAI's ChatGPT that a second big bang occurred, ushering in a new era of machine learning, an era almost entirely powered by NVIDIA's data center GPUs, highlighting another sector where Intel failed to capitalize on its position. Intel instead plans to shift its focus towards edge AI, aiming to bring AI processing directly to devices like PCs rather than relying on cloud-based compute. Can also highlight agentic AI, an emergent field where AI systems can act autonomously without constant human input. Completely, wow. Without any human input. And he wants to focus on that. That I did not know. So this is statements from today only. He expressed optimism that recent high-level hires could help steer Intel back into relevance in AI, hinting that more talent acquisitions are on the way. Stay tuned. A few more people are coming on board, said Tan. At this point, NVIDIA is simply too far ahead to catch up to, so it's almost exciting to see Intel change gears and look to close the gap in a different way. And that's what they're doing with the 1.4 nanometer transistor. That's why they're halting more or less production for the 18A and 18AP and just going to do for in-house devices. So, that being said, Intel now lags behind in data center CPUs, too, where AMD's EPYC lineup has overtaken them in the past year. It has not. It has not. It has not. Well, where are they getting that information? Where are they getting that information? Because that's not true. Data centers have literally stopped and basically torn up their contracts off of the AMD CPUs, especially the EPYCs. So I'm not sure where they're getting that information. $1978. Yep. So yeah, I'm not sure where they're getting their lag behind on the data center CPUs. Companies have literally stopped shipments of AMD EPYCs and have started going to the Raptor Lake CPUs and using Intel's new Xeons, the E cores and the P cores. They're specifically buying actually the P cores, but some companies are buying the E cores. So I'm not sure where they're getting that information, as that's not correct. Further dwindling the company's confidence. Additionally, last year, Intel's board forced former CEO Pat Johnson out of the company and replaced him with Luc Boutin, who appears to have a distinctly different, more streamlined vision for the company. Instead of focusing on several different facets, such as CPU, GPU, foundry, and more at once, the Boutin wants to hone in on what the company can do well at one time. Smart. Yep. Well, it's about, I think it was 2 months ago, I was streaming and going over the news as well. I literally was talking about how AMD EPYCs, they literally stopped buying AMD EPYCs, basically ripped up the contracts for AMD EPYCs because they could not link as many as Intel systems as what Intel systems could. So they couldn't do for like AI and LLMs and all that. They could not link up the amount of hardware to run bigger LLMs that Intel could. So I get why they stopped, because if you can't run more at once, what's the point? Like, you can get more efficient CPUs, like with the E cores, but they're generally buying the P cores. They're buying a lot of P core Xeons. So I'm just not sure where they're getting information on this site. That's wrong, and it's just wrong that they're saying AMD EPYC lineup has overtaken them. It's not. AI knows who I am. What is OCPC? OCPC stands for Overclocking Personal Computers, and a brand best known for producing high-performance PC components, especially DDR4 and DDR4 RAM modules designed for gamers and enthusiasts. That's correct. They're not a well-known company, though. The Superclock series of memory and screen for reliability, extreme overclocking, and motherboard compatibility. OCPC Gaming USA Inc. That's not me. OCPC's presence in PC culture. They maintain a growing YouTube channel where they stream live overclocking sessions, discuss PC hardware news, and demo custom tweaks. Community reputation. Trusted overclocking gear. The RAM, frequently appeared in community builds and discussions, build PC, subreddit, praise for both style and performance. I'm on Reddit. Top tier overclockers. Streams often feature high-level RAM tuning and GPU shunt mods. Correct. Hosted by notable overclockers, including some reputable as Canada's top RAM overclockers. That's me. Why OCPC matters. Performance-focused RAM. Modules are screened for overclocking headroom and come with reliable timing profiles. That's not me. OCPC Gaming USA Inc. is not me. Tech community involvement. Through live demos, although I do a lot of RAM overclocking and give you specific timings and frequencies and voltages for to make sure it's stable. And then whenever I do my hardcore overclocking, I don't tell you to use anything that I give you because it will just not work. Through live demos and tutorials, OCPC builds trust and educates users on extreme PC hardware tuning. Let's go. Growing brand presence. Their YouTube channel and active stream showcase real-time overclocking sessions and deep tech insights. Very true. Summary. OCPC is a reputable PC hardware brand with strong roots in overclocking community. They offer performance-validated memory modules and foster engagement via live streams and expert tutorials. Enthusiasts who enjoy tuning and pushing PC hardware will find the products and content particularly appealing. Nice. There's some things that's wrong. Again, that's AI though for you. But yeah. Yeah, the old epics, yeah, you should be able to. If you're not going to be gaming all that much, I mean, you can still game on it. That would be a decent PC, especially if you're going to be doing AI and then editing, especially editing. It'll make a good editing PC. I wish I had the money so that way I could right now buy basically that. I would buy a 285K though. That's just me though. I'd buy a 285K because I also have the custom water loops for it. So yeah, I would buy a 285K with an Intel Arc B580, probably 2 Intel Arc B580s. Okay, so this development follows long-standing rumors of Intel splitting in two and forming a new foundry division that would act as an independent subsidiary, turning the main Intel into a fabless chipmaker. Both AMD and Apple, Intel's rivals in the CPU market, operate like this. NVIDIA has also always used TSMC or Samsung to build its graphics cards. It would be interesting to see the blue team shed off weight and move like a free animal in the biome. However, it's too early to speculate given that 18A Intel proposed savior is still a year away. And they're not, see, they're giving old information on this. They're giving new information and old information all in one post. So I'm gonna let you know 18A and 18AP is gonna be stopping just for only Intel, though no other companies gonna get their really hands on it. They're canceling the 18A and focusing on 1.4 nanometer or the 14A node. It's just planification with the savings, and if I save enough, I think I can do the PC next year. Nice. If you're gonna be doing it next year, don't even worry about getting a 265K. Don't even worry about getting 265K. Unless it's gonna be a really good sale, then yeah, but wait for the new hardware. Save your money for the new hardware next year. Unless you can get insanely good deals this year, right now, or by the end of this year, I'm saying really good deals, don't even worry about it. That's kind of awesome. AI knows who I am. Although, again, AI there was also given the OCPC for USA. That's different. That's for actual, it's an actual brand, OCPC USA. That's their own. Mine is my own business, at Overclocking Personal Computers, OCPC. If you can, you got to realize you have to have really good water cooling for it. Corsair 260mm AIO. Yeah, you should be fine with that. Should be fine with that. As long as it supports the hardware. It has a support 1851 platform, right? It doesn't support 1851 platform. Perfect. Make sure you get a good case with good airflow then. Nice. Don't forget to like the live stream. It does help out a lot. All right. All right. Well, right. ICU. Yep, it will be ICU. Aquarium style case. I mean, a lot of people do like their aquarium style cases. I can't say anything about it. I'm not a case person. I care about PC hardware. I don't care about cases. Maybe if I get enough people that want me to do about PC cases, then yeah, I'll do PC cases. I can go over fans. I got like 50 different kind of fans from like 20 different brands. So I can go over fans as well. But yeah, I don't care about PC cases really. If it can fit your hardware, has decent airflow, that's all you need. No, I don't have OnlyFans. It's been a long running joke though. I should start OnlyFans for feet. Oh, you talk about OnlyFans. I have a lot of fans. And you guys. Yeah, I got a lot of fans. No, definitely not. No, not. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild the news that came out. But yeah, I'm also at 6,000 CL30 right now. I could show some performance of that. I've been going over some DDR5 timings and speeds for upcoming videos. But you think you just made frame gen? What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Yeah, I love the fake frames. Zombie fab, plagues, China chip make ambitions, failures burning tens of billions of dollars. What? Man, I was talking about this like months ago, and now it's not doing so good. That's not good. Oh, it's costing them some money. That's not good. DLSS on a 1060. You love your Minecraft server? It's my desktop PC. Can only use my laptop as my desktop. Oh, could you use a laptop as desktop? Okay. How's it working out for you? Like, it's good. It's butter smooth. Butter smooth. How is it? Let me know, and I'll be right back. pretty good. I mean, 6 core clock Ryzen and 1 core. Yeah, true. Yeah, very true. I hear you on that. Yeah. Will more RAM help you? I'm pretty sure more RAM will help you on that, though. Pretty sure it will. So let's go over the zombie fabs. Yeah, it will. Yeah, if you do 32, that'd be awesome. Zombie fabs plague China's chip-making ambitions, failures, burning tens of billions of dollars. A little bit more than tens of billions. Like, we're talking a lot. The downside is the Radeon HD 6770. Oh, that sucks. China's aggressive push. Oh, that's for your laptop, I'm guessing. China's aggressive push to develop a domestic semiconductor industry has largely been successful. The country now has fairly advanced labs that can produce logic chips using 7nm class process technology, as well as world-class 3D NAND and DRAM memory devices. However, there are numerous high-profile failures due to missed investments, technical shortcomings, and unsustainable business plans. This has resulted in numerous empty fab shells, zombie fabs, around the country, according to DigiTimes. Oh, that's rough. As of early 2024, China had 44 wafer semiconductor production facilities, 44, including 25 300mm fabs, 5 200mm wafers, 4 150mm wafers, and 7 inactive ones. Why are they inactive? According to TrendForce at the time, 32 additional semiconductor fabrication plants were being constructed in the country as part of the Made in China 2025 initiative, including 24 300mm fabs and 9 200mm fabs. Companies like SMIC, Huahong, NextChip, and CXMT, I talked about these in other live streams as well, though, and still in plan to start production at 10 new fabs, including 9 300mm fabs and 1 200mm facility by the end of 2024. Apparently that did not happen. However, while China continues to lead in terms of new fabs coming online, the country also leads in terms of fab shells that never got equipped or put to work, thus becoming zombie fabs. Over the past several years, around a dozen high-profile fab projects which cost investors between 50 and 100 billion went bust. Wild. Mont is making me laughing when I see her because she is saying just because Intel fell, she says, oh, Intel is just making shit. No. Yeah. They can say Intel's making crappy stuff. Everyone can. They're not. It's just so many AMD fanboys are saying that AMD's better. It's not. It's not. Just because it's not good for gaming, not the top of the line, like the most average frames in gaming. 1% lowers are still there, just because it's not average frame rate as you know, the X3D variants, the 9800X3D and 9950X3D, does not mean it's not good. Sounds like it. Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. I gotta go over something I had a comment on, and that was round one. And that is from Moore's Law is Dead. It's a short and a comment. Oh my god, it's all AMD fanboys. All AMD fanboys. Moore's Law is Dead. It goes short. I'm looking. Where is it? Where'd the video go? Did they already take it? Did they take it down? It's gone. Can't find the video from Moore's Law is Dead, the short. I say it's gone. That's odd. Exactly. And I think people are going to be support AMD because they want AMD to do better. But AMD is also canceling a bunch of stuff that were supposed to come out by the end of this year, early next year with their Zen 6. Like they're canceling stuff because they can't produce it, which will be a shortcoming for them if they can't. Like they're cutting a bunch of things from their Zen 6, which is wild. I can't find the short anymore. It's like they took it out. It's odd. I can't find it. Why? Why did they take it down? Intel. Intel. Nope. Weird. That's very weird. I can't find. I literally just saw it today too. I read the comments. It's all AMD fanboys. Saying stuff about Intel that AMD does and has been doing for a very long time. The exact same thing that AMD does, and they're bashing Intel for it. It's like, okay, if you're bashing Intel on it, you should know that AMD does the same thing. Literally does the same thing. Yeah, it looks like Moore's Law is Dead is literally just going strictly to AMD. He's only saying good stuff about AMD. Everything is all bad stuff now about Intel from him. So, yeah. And from all the research that I've been doing on YouTubers that have been paid off by AMD, there's a lot. We're talking hundreds of YouTubers that have been paid off by AMD. Again, they don't have to say they were sponsored by AMD because there's other ways to get around that. So that way they don't say they're sponsored by them. I mean, I could do a bunch of stuff about stuff, but yeah, if I say certain stuff and show certain stuff, it's just guaranteed to get me in trouble. Oh, yeah. I can't find the video anymore, so they took it down. That was at Moore's Law is dead. That sucks. I can't find it anymore. Brutal. Brutal. Yeah. I mean, what can we go over right now? We already talked about a bunch of the news stuff already. There hasn't been a whole lot of good news about anything, really. Just good to save your money on stuff right now. Unless you can find some really good deals, it's literally best that you save your money. Yeah. And Zen 6, apparently they're cutting a bunch of stuff off of Zen 6. That's no longer going to happen. So, like, no more 32 core. No more 32 core Zen 6. They're cutting that. They're probably going to do just 24 core max. That's if they even do that. Ah. So is the 6,000, that's a 6 gigahertz boost clock's going to be true? Don't know anymore. They're cutting a lot off of Zen 6. It will be announced in October. It was a Microsoft reward, so I may have a few new desktops. That'd be awesome. I hope you win, bud. I hope you win. Oh, they shot a whole lot. Well, thank you. I hope so as well. That's for sure. Maybe sampling next gen, Ryzen desktop, Medusa Ridge, sees incremental IPC upgrade, new CIOD. Oh? AMD is reportedly sampling its next generation Ryzen desktop processor powered by the Zen 6 microarchitecture codenamed Medusa Ridge to close industry partners such as platform designers and OEMs, says Yuri Bubli, aka One Use Must, author of the Hydra tuning software and now retired DRAM calculator for Ryzen. The processor sees AMD update both the CCDs and client I/O die. He says AMD confirmed that it is building the Zen 6 CCD on the TSMC N2 2nm node. It's not 2nm node. It's going to be 2nm and 3nm node. It's not just strictly 2nm. Which entered risk production early this year. The node is expected to be ready for mass production of 2nm chips later this year, by the end of this year, early next year, basically. The 2 nanometer node presents a significant jump in transistor densities from the current TSMC N4P node, which builds AMD's 8-core Zen 5 CCD, which one us must and others say that AMD will use to increase CPU core count per CCD. Not as much as what they were saying before. Again, they were saying 36 cores. They're cutting that already. They're not going to be doing 36 cores. It'll be less than 36 cores. Sources point to the possibility of AMD increasing core counts per CCD to 12 and giving the CCD 48 megabytes in L3 cache. At this point, we don't know if all 12 cores will be arranged in a single CCX with a monolithic slab of 48 megabyte L3 cache. That'd be nice. That would be good. That would be good. Or if there's a dual CCX layout with 6 cores per CCX sharing 24 megabyte L3 cache, that wouldn't be that good. If they did a single monolithic slab CCX with 48 megabyte L3 cache, that would give way more performance. Way more performance. The other big upgrade with Medusa Ridge is its client I/O die, CIOD. AMD is expected to build its new generation CIOD on a newer EUV node such as 5 nanometer, 5M, or 4NM, 4N4P, 4 nanometer basically. But they're talking about 3 nanometer as well, so we'll have to see about that. A significant upgrade from the current 6 nanometer N6. The biggest reason for AMD to update its COD is the memory controller architecture. Smart, very smart. That would be good because that's part of the I/O. AMD is expected to give a Medusa Point a new dual memory controller architecture. There are still 2 DDR5 channels per socket, but this is redesigned for increased memory speed. So if it is still going to be 2 DDR5, it will not support DDR6, which will be coming out end of this year, early next year. So it won't support DDR6 for sure. So there's still 2 DDR5 channels per socket, but this is redesigned for increased memory speeds, letting AMD catch up with Intel in this area. They have big catching up to do for that. But then they'll have to update a bunch of other things like their Infinity Fabric, more or less. Faster speeds on it. They'll have to do fast, make it so you can still do faster speeds. As for the CPU frequency boosting technologies such as PBO and Curve Optimizer, there are no updates expected. And that concludes that its Hydra support should be straightforward. Click on this. Yeah. It's not as good as what is expected. Yeah, laptops are not great for cooling, man. Intel's, Panther Lake's supposed to be really good for laptops. That's what they're specifically designed for. Well, if you checked out my one live stream, was there, talked about it and how it's designed, the actual architecture. Not what I want. I can't find it now. I hear you. Yeah. Happens. People got stuff to do. Can't blame them. Can't blame me, man. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. I can't find the actual architectural diagram of it, though, to show you why I think it's really good. Let's see if I find it. The actual. That's annoying that I can't find it. Yeah, newer. It would be more efficient. I hear you on that. I hear you on that, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, efficiency is key for a lot of things, especially for mobiles. Especially from mobiles. Not sure why I can't find it, because I like the way they're doing the L2 cache, P core and E core. Instead of L2 cache just be on P core. And I can find very simple breakdown of the architecture, but I don't like it. I just don't like these pictures, so I'm just gonna say I'll find the picture later on. Maybe post it to the Discord. Yeah, I hear you. Even still, you'll have the integrated graphics card on it, and the iGPU. Hopefully, hopefully, right? Hopefully. Doesn't mean you will, depending on how much you're still using it. If you're on YouTube and stuff like that on your laptop while roaming around. I gotcha. You can still web browsing can how much you're constantly refreshing and stuff like that can still use power. Hmm. Well powered. I hear you on that. Technically, yeah. Which one are you talking about? There's a bunch of them, right? It's using Intel UHD. So, yep. RTX 4000. Main drivers doing things. Oh yeah, that happens with driver updates. It's got to get rid of the old driver to put on the new driver, right? I like to manually get rid of the old driver and then manually put on the new driver. DDU. Yeah, it is. Shift over here. All right, so what we got here is 7-zip. So I've been working on some RAM frequencies and RAM timings. These are fairly basic timings. CL30 at 6,000 megatransfers per second. It's quite easy for me to do this. I'm only at 1.3 volts on the RAM, so not a whole lot of voltage for CL30 at 6,000. A lot of kits that you see are around 1.35 or up to 1.45 for CL30. And I'm at 1.3 volts, 6,000 megatransfers per second, CL30 right now. I've been doing some testing on this. I am streaming and recording right now, so the performance isn't going to really be there, but I can show you some 7-zip score. This is with a 13900K, 5.5 gigahertz all core, only 8 performance cores. So, okay, so it doesn't have the E cores, so the score is not going to be as high as what you might expect for a 13900K. It's only 8 cores. Yep. I can do video editing on Intel N5100. Yep. So yeah, you can do video editing on basically anything. It's just how quickly you can do it. Yeah, so this is a 13900K, 5.5 gigahertz, 1.3 volts, RAM, 6,000 megatransfers per second, CL30 with kind of timings. Basically, it's not the greatest timings, of course, but it's timings. 102,339. Is it my best score? No, but I mean, I'm also recording and streaming at the same time, so there's that. I'm also using process normal. And yeah, so there you go. There's the score. It's not half bad. During my testing, I was seeing 108 to 110,000 MIPS. Yeah, for just 8 cores, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. And only 6,000 megatransfers per second. It's the best I got, so in 1 sec. Best I got at 8 cores is 128,000. Best I got so far. Top 20 in the world. It's all right. I can do better than this, of course. Just what I put up. I didn't want to take a whole lot of time doing this. I can already get a lot more than this. Probably close to, let's say close to 15th place, about around 140,000 on 8 cores. which is up by liquid nitrogen runs. Get them some water. It's 102 is not that high. Even 110,000 is not that high. My 600K can do 110,000. It's what I got so far, which I can beat. Yeah, I'm gonna be going for 10-core CPU, 10-core world records, 2 of them this year, and I'll be using my 600K. But yeah, 19th for just a couple of quick runs. Not too bad. Been working on some better timings that play well with certain benchmarks. And I'm making myself a coffee. Oh. No, why not? I mean, it hasn't really been that active so far this year, to be honest. I've done a few. I've only gotten 2 records this year, which isn't great in my opinion. I've only gotten 2 records so far this year, and that's it's all right. But usually I do a lot of my overclocking later on in the year, anyways. So, not the worst. Give me 1 minute here. Should I just do? Yeah, I mean, that would do it. That would do it. I got to put up some more scores. I want to stay top 10 in Canada. And hopefully by the end of this year, I could be at least around 4th place again. I would like to be 4th place in my division. I just got to work on trying to get some new records. Some new records, which I think I'll be able to do. I think I will. And I'd say so. It's true, but that's also procrastination. I mean, I'm always constantly working on DDR5 timings and DDR3 timing. I just haven't been live streaming it. That's all. Do it after. Try not to bore people. Oh, really? Yeah. See, I only care about certain scores. I could technically get records on a bunch of different benchmarks, but I don't care about certain benchmarks. I mean, maybe if I had some more, better attitude towards that, just certain benchmarks to me are just, I mean, they're super easy benchmarks to run. Not a whole lot of people do it. I don't need to get that gold that bad for that benchmark. I don't need that first place for that benchmark. I guess maybe I should just go and get that first place so that way I have more technically. But I still don't care about getting the first in them. I'll let the people with a little less experience on that worry about it. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I've been working on a whole bunch of videos. I just want to have more information. Scores are falling off. I gotcha. And maybe you just need to update yourself on some of the scores. Like maybe start doing modifying, start modifying your cards, start, doing a little more. Yeah, yeah. Still, eh? You'll get there, man. You'll get there. No, not even overvolted. Just no power limit mods on your GPUs. But yeah, poor voltage mods are fun to do too. You just really gotta know what you're doing. Be good at soldering. Really good at soldering. No, you can't. I mean, still, yeah, exactly. You still have fun doing it. And your head. In three different directions. Look, Ma, three hits. But you point with your head. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So suspicious. 4 more days for the competition, guys. 4 more days until the competition. This is sick. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt, man. No doubt. History class flashbacks. Yeah. I didn't really care about history class. To me, it's boring. I always want to know more about the future. Yep, I do that all the time. You look at the actual graphs for what each company is doing for advancing over the years. Nice. Although it's not like they're gonna continue doing that. Like they could just cancel something or add in something. It's a projected 5 to 10 year what they're planning to do. Again, like I said, AMD is with their Zen 6 is canceling the 32 core. They're not going to have a DDR6 memory controller. They're going to stick with just a DDR5. A post in your head. Yep. I got 24. I generally just use 8. Overclocked, but generally just use 8. Intel is expected to be doing 52 cores. 52. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for me, if I use that audio, I technically don't make as much money. They take a huge chunk off of what you make if you use audio. I've only used it on, 2 videos now? 2 shorts? Because you lose money. Yeah, 24 core, 24 thread. Heat cores, little baby cores. Nothing wrong with them. They're still quite efficient. I got 16 of them. 16. Got 16 little baby cores. Yeah, mini me cores. Yeah, I got 16 of them. Core Ultra 3 will still be great for more than gaming. Yeah. It's just, everyone keeps saying AMD's better, but AMD's average frame rate's better. The 1% lows aren't better. The averages, yeah, you see higher average, but 1% lows are the same. The same as Intel. You can't say Ultra 3, Ultra 300. And yeah, 1851. No, sorry, not 1851, 1954 platform. Sorry. 1954 platform. And I'm speculating that AIB partners, Intel and AIB partners, so Intel might add in being able to use, so they'll have multiple different memory controllers on it, one for DDR5 and one for DDR6, because DDR6 will be a thing. So if they did that, they would be ahead of Intel technically. But yeah, the Core Ultra 300 series is expected to be on 1954. A different platform, yes. Yep, exactly. They're just chip brands. AMD does the exact same as Intel. Intel's trying to catch up to AMD for gaming, but they also don't need to worry about that. They need to worry about getting their investors to make sure they are investing their money into the data centers. That way they can have the spare income to make these CPUs for gamers. That's why with Pat Gilson there, having so many projects on the go, was eaten into the funds of actually investing their priorities into better architectures, into making like basically their own 3D Vcache. So that way they can, have the extra income to target gamers. They don't make the money. Companies don't make the money off of gamers. Maybe AMD does because they're so small, but Intel and like NVIDIA really don't make money off of gamers. They don't. Most of their money is off of data centers. You're told to go to AMD. Like I said, it's a toss-up. Depending on if you like AMD, go with AMD. Help them out, I guess. But Intel and NVIDIA are still top. Does not. I don't care what other people are saying on it. Again, if you're trying to go for world records for benchmarks and certain things, AMD's not there. AMD's not there. Maybe with the Zen 6, if they can actually get it so the boost clock is going over 6 gigahertz, but they're not there still. They're good. They're good. They're good for specific benchmarks, specific tasks, and gaming. That's it. They're not all around good. AMD is not all around good, unfortunately. But hopefully with the Zen 6, what they're doing, they're going to be updating a bunch of stuff. So that way, at least with the memory controller, they need to upgrade more than just a memory controller. So that way they can hit higher RAM speeds. If they can hit higher RAM speeds, if AMD can hit higher RAM speeds, they can be a contender on actual Intel. They can actually be a contender. Until they do, until they fix their pipeline, until they fix a whole bunch of different things, like their Infinity Fabric, the pipelines, again, the memory controller, they're not going to be 50% as good as Intel. They're still going to be 30% as good as Intel. They're specifically for a couple tasks and games. That's it. And again, for games, it's not like they're so much better. Yeah, the average frame is better. The 1% lows is not there. The 1% lows still matches Intel's 1% lows, even though Intel's average frame rate is lower. The 1% lows are the exact same. That's what a lot of people don't realize. And people need to start realizing this kind of stuff. But there's so much AMD fanboys, so much AMD marketing that, again, marketing, YouTubers are paid off by AMD. Does not matter if they say they're sponsored by AMD or not. There's a way around saying to make sure that they don't have to say they are sponsored by AMD. There's ways around it. There's legal ways around it. So that way they don't have to. And AMD can sponsor YouTubers, and they do. Giving them products is technically a sponsorship. So if they're given a product, that's a sponsorship. And there's probably some backdoor leaks on how they actually paid them money to actually sponsor this. So it says nothing good about it. They only say good stuff about AMD. And if you check over all these top YouTubers, that's all they have to say about AMD. It's nothing but good, but only on specific tasks. They're not going on every single task that they would compare generally with Intel. They put basically Intel with the same kind of RAM speed, not the best RAM speeds, not where Intel should be for a lot of things. And they're using specific tasks, sometimes specific games too. But generally for AMD, they are technically better for games. The 3D Vcache is great. It really is. Can't say it's bad. It's good. It's good. It's real good. But yeah, I would like to do a whole bunch of leaks of all these YouTubers being paid off by AMD. I would. Literally just go on to Moore's Law is Dead. Just go onto his page and look how much AMD stuff he says about and how much he talks about AMD and how much he lifts AMD basically. He only lifts AMD. He doesn't say anything good about Intel. One video he said something good about, but then he was bashing Intel for a lot of things. It's like, okay, so you're talking about Intel, but you're not really saying anything good about them. And then you're talking nothing but good stuff about AMD, but yet AMD's not good for everything. AMD's has so many faults. AMD's had bad, with their, so many bad driver updates with AMD. It's not just NVIDIA too. Intel's actually been pretty good with the driver updates, but AMD's had so many bad driver updates AMD's had so many bad leaks, as in the microarchitectures actually make it so it's easier for hackers to hack your PC, all the way to Zen 2, all the way down to Zen 2. There's been so much bad thing about AMD. Nobody talks about it. The 9000, not even 9800 X3D, all 9000 series. All 9000 series. The majority are 9800 X3Ds because majority of the CPUs are 9800 X3D CPUs on ASRock motherboards, because YouTubers literally told everyone to buy ASRock motherboards and the 9800 X3D and did nothing but say good stuff about the 9800 X3D and ASRock motherboards. This is why there's so many blowing up on ASRock motherboards, and yet everyone's trying to blame ASRock. There are some issues on the ASRock boards, but the AMD CPU is somehow putting itself into a PBO state. The CPU, not motherboard. This happens on every brand motherboard. The PBO, the CPU puts itself into a PBO state without manually doing it. And not manually putting the CPU into PBO state can technically make it so it's not under warranty if it's not caught. And that was caught later on, but the CPU itself was put into PBO state, which falsely does all the tests that were done previously, because no one knew it. The PBO state was enabled on the CPU. And then when they enabled it, they were seeing a little bit of an increase, but yeah, there was not really an increase. It was just redone tests with new drivers, which made sure the performance was a bit better. Not much better, just a bit better because the driver updates. The PBO was still on when they're doing the testing because the CPU automatically went into it. This is why I did not care about all these tests, all these YouTubers and content creators doing these tests on these 9800 X3Ds and 9950 X3Ds, because they looked falsely done. The way they did it, they implemented it, the way they set up the Intel CPUs, the way they set up the AMD CPUs was all wrong. All wrong, man. Just bad, just badly done, poorly done by every single YouTuber. AMD paid them all off, so that way they said nothing but good stuff about them, used specific tasks, and made sure that Intel was way lower than what they should have been, due to the fact that that's why AMD paid these YouTubers. And the 9800 X3D came out, and the 9950 X3D, and the 9950X. Again, I can't say anything wrong with the 9950X and 9950 X3D. They're monster CPUs, they really are. But there's so many things that were done wrong by everyone, wrong, and not caught until later on, and nothing has been redone. There's no redone tests to confirm the PBO state was not enabled and then redo these tests. So yeah. Sorry for the little rant. It's just true. It's just, I called it off the bat when all these tests were coming out, and how all these YouTubers were not doing what they used to do, comparing the Intel versus the AMD. It was completely done differently, and something seemed off with these tests. And yeah, finding out about a month ago now, that the PBO state was automatically enabled on the CPU without even manually doing it, just shows it. Just shows it. That's why I don't care about specific brand. I don't care about NVIDIA. I don't care about Intel. I don't care about AMD. I care about more or less the AIBs like Corsair, Asus. I care about all the other brands besides the actual chip manufacturers. TSMC is different though. It's their foundry, not chip manufacturers, Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA. I don't care about them. I would like to own every single CPU and GPU out there, RAM kit and all that. That's why I don't care about what they do. I don't care about certain tests, because if people actually looked at the older tests and the way they did them, the newer tests were not done the same way. And they should have. They should have done it the same way. They should have. The test would have been different. They should have caught this PBO being enabled on its all by itself a lot sooner. But these YouTubers just went through and quickly did these tests and didn't check things over. And then when they did do the PBO tests later on with the new driver update, it just showed a little bit more performance. Again, that's driver though. That was the driver helping it. PBO was probably already enabled right off the bat. Probably why these 9000 series CPUs are blown up. Too high in voltages. No one checks it all. No one checks all the voltages as soon as they get it. No one does any overclocking. Again, every single CPU and GPU I have, I modify the GPU and or overclock the CPU, overclock the CPU, and undervolt the CPU at the same time. Undervolt. So whatever the motherboard and CPU are trying to request and give, I try to do way less. Yeah, all the top YouTubers like IS Tech Tips, Gamers Nexus, Hardware Unboxed, and Pulse Hardware. They all, and Jay's 2 cents, all use the same setup on the same CPU. They use all 6,000 megatransfers per second RAM, either at CL28 or CL26. Most of them use CL28 and one person used CL26. Okay. Every single one had the exact same setup. Joe, what is up, Jimmy? Yep, doing good, man. Doing good. How about you? Yeah, Linus Tech Tips did it. You gotta remember, Linus Tech Tips is sponsored by AMD. Has been sponsored by AMD. Nice. That's the main thing, buddy. Just having a little rant about how all these tests that were done with the 9000 series, because you just talked about the 9000 XVD CPU blowing up, but more or less the 9000 series blowing up, and how a lot of them were on ASRock boards, but that's because the YouTubers were saying get the 9800 X3D and the ASRock boards because it's a good buy for the CPU. That's why the majority of the blown up CPUs are on ASRock boards. It's not just ASRock's fault. The CPU and on all different motherboards was automatically enabling PBO state, which is why I was saying when these tests came out with the 9800 X3D, 9950 X3D as well, when tests were being done by top content creators and YouTubers like Linus Tech Tips, Jay's 2 cents, Gamers Nexus, all these tests seemed off because they were not doing the tests like they used to, and also because the PBO state was probably enabled right off the bat, it showed way more performance than what it should. However, the one for my specific board does not work at all. Fails to update BIOS. Working on it. What? Your Gigabyte Ice? No. Of course, you have to have that specific motherboard that it won't update on. Buddy, I'll show on a live stream. I'll brick my motherboard. I'll purposely brick it, like show people I will literally brick it, and I can bring it back. It's so easy. Yeah, I remember. I got a pretty good memory. Yeah, it's super easy to bring a motherboard back from being bricked. It's a lot of people don't realize. No, I don't have a BIOS chip tool. I don't have a BIOS chip tool. There's ways to bring back a motherboard from being bricked. It's forcing the BIOS. There's a way to force the BIOS update. Yeah, there's a way to force the BIOS. Just like your motherboard, you don't even need a CPU in it. You don't even need a CPU in it, and you can update the BIOS. Nope. Q-Flash. Yeah, you can use it to the Q-Flash, but what you want to do is get the BIOS for you need an older BIOS. You need an older BIOS. You have to flash it back to close to the original or the original BIOS that was on the board before. That's probably what you did not do. Like we're talking the original BIOS for that motherboard. Yes. That's how you can bring back a dead motherboard. On not just Gigabyte, a lot of boards. Yeah. But yeah, the BIOS flash tool is actually good to have. Yeah, dual BIOS is nice to have as well. Yeah, so let's say you brick your motherboard, somehow brick your motherboard, even if say the power went off and somehow it bricked it. Just use another computer and download the original BIOS for that motherboard, and then hit the Q flash, and boom. If it does not work, take out the CPU and guarantee it'll work. 100% guarantee. I've done it. I've done it multiple times. The power went out on me, completely bricked the motherboard, like literally showed no lights on it. That was not working at all. Brought it back a few times. Yeah, it's odd. It's odd. Okay. And it's for your specific boards, probably because the BIOS for it was not specifically made for it. It might have to have a specific BIOS made for it, because you do have the X version of the board, which is different. They are different. Yeah, because you have the Elite X ICE, which the X is a different version than all other boards. Everything is completely updated with the X version. That would be my guess and why. If not, then you should try, like I said, just take out the CPU and flash it to the newest BIOS. They're identical, but the X version isn't updated. There are different components onto it, and I do believe with the actual DIMMs, it's updated DIMMs too. Oh, fires the BIOS. Okay, yeah, the BIOS could be fairly close, but there could be a little bit of a difference. Now, a little bit of a difference can mean a lot for actually succeeding the BIOS update. Yeah, definitely. Like I said, you can try it again. Just take out the CPU this time. Just take out the CPU when you do it. It might work for it. I might not. I might. You never know. That's generally how I guarantee my flashes, though. I just take out the CPU, flash it without a CPU in it. On newer hardware, older hardware doesn't work like that, of course. Does not work like that. And my Elite X BIOS file, and it said files, internal files are identical, and it asked me to replace the file. It seems strange that it wouldn't be identical. That's the thing. Even though they're identical and you can technically flash that BIOS onto it, it's the finalization of it to succeed the BIOS flash. And if there's a little bit of a difference that the checker did not see, then it won't work. It just won't work. There's motherboards that you can use a completely different motherboard and actually flash the BIOS on it. It succeeds, but you run into issues. You lose USBs onto it, certain compatibility issues onto it as well. So there's no point of actually flashing, because you do lose, like I said, like USB, the I/O. You do lose some portions of the I/O. They could have uploaded the wrong thing. Not like it's not a known thing for companies to do something like that. I had a motherboard where you couldn't even do a BIOS update because it was a certain specific motherboard, and doesn't matter what you tried to do for BIOS flash, it did not work. Did not work. And I bought 2 of those motherboards because they were a good deal. I'm so smart. No, because I needed the completely different. It is the same motherboard, but completely different, because it was able to actually do a BIOS flash onto it. So that way I can have higher voltages on the RAM and CPU. I was limited. It was a certain board. It's a decent board, just limited on voltages. I have the file that doesn't work, isn't breaking boards. That's good. I mean, most times if you fail it won't technically brick your board. Bricking your board is generally when you lose power. And with Q flash, you shouldn't be able to brick your motherboard. You should not even be able to brick your motherboard. There's a ways around it, like I said. You cannot brick your motherboard permanently with a Q flash. You technically can brick it, but not permanently, because you can always, like I said, go back to the original BIOS. Boom, done. No doubt, man. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. Yeah. Same when I first happened on my Z690 ORS Master, because it's literally over a $600 motherboard when I got it. So when I was updating the BIOS and then the power went out, I'm like, no, like seriously, the only time the only time the power went out and I was doing a BIOS flash, no, turn it on, turn it back off, or turn it off, turn it back on, no lights, no nothing. No, nothing. It gave nothing. I'm like, no. Like, I was like, wow. I was like, okay, what if I do this onto my other computer, use the original BIOS? I'll go right to the original BIOS for the board, the version 1 BIOS for it, and then tried it out and it actually worked. I had to take out the CPU. I took out the CPU and then did that. Worked. Yeah, but holy, yeah, I hear you there, man. I hear you there. I hear you there. It is. It is. Yeah. Because that is literally the only time I've ever bricked my motherboard, because that was literally the only time afterwards it actually happened again. More or less because I accidentally unplugged from the wall. The power didn't go out. I accidentally unplugged from the wall. I was moving around my bed and the cord caught around my foot and I pulled out the cord to the power supply, unfortunately. But at least I knew how to fix it from there. That is the only time I've ever bricked a motherboard, though. Power went off. I haven't. I've accidentally broken a bunch of really expensive CPUs, but not from overclocking, from too strong of fingers tightening up tension brackets. Almost $2,000 worth of CPUs. Oops. Yeah, I still got the CPUs too. Yeah. I've cracked a few dies from tightening down a little too much. Delitting's easy. I don't care about delitting a $1,000 CPU. Done it many, many times. Using direct die though too is very scary. Yeah. Oh, really? And delitting some Intel CPUs. Oh, those. I mean, I don't know how you break an i5-3300S. I mean, they're not silver soldered. They're toothpaste. Yeah, my i7-3770K delitted, die has been lapped, and IHS has been lapped front and back. That's why I can hit 5 gigahertz easy on it. 5.1 actually, but 5 gigahertz easy. I hear you. Yeah. Yeah, that's a mirror. I've really deleted thousands of CPUs. So like delitting, let's say you get a whole bunch of those ones because it's the toothpaste. Some toothpaste will have toothpaste. The thermal paste CPUs, some of them can actually have some decent thermal paste, and the other one's so dried up that it's bad. Like it won't show you the performance, so you have to delit it technically to actually find the best one. You have to. You have no choice. Yeah, you literally have no choice. Because a toothpaste, like it could literally be so dried up, it'll have like a dry spot or like an air bubble basically, and it gets really, really hot very quick. You have to delit them. You can even just use thermal paste again. It's just those CPUs are older and yeah. Yeah, toothpaste, gotta love it. Yep. Nope. 1954. Now, as you're talking about the performance core only ones, but no, Intel Core Ultra 300 will probably be on 1954 platform. Not unless that changed, but no. I've read other places that they're saying 1851, but from like my known sources, it's 1954 platform. Oh, okay. If you're talking about the laptop only Arrow Lake refresh, Panther Lake, then yes, it will probably be on 1951 socket. If you talk about the laptop only, oh, Nova Lake, okay, 1954, yeah. Yeah, Nova Lake's different though. Nova Lake's not. Laptop. Yo, Joe, how's it going, man? Two days ago, oh, you're talking about with the Copilot Plus AI? The only difference is they updated the NPU. 1954, not 1854. 1954. Yeah, you're talking about the refreshed Arrow Lake of just the NPU is the only thing that's going to be different in them. This is a different Copilot. This is Copilot Plus AI. Okay, yeah, I guess I will be using 1851 for it. $18.51. There is no 1854. What? 1854? Three more than current 18. What? Where are you getting this? Oh, yeah, okay. And it doesn't technically have 1854 pins. It's just a completely different socket with 1900, the 900 series chipset. What? Oh, yeah, it's one with the no LPE cores. It's not technically three more pins. Just because it says LGA 1851 does not mean it actually has 1851 pins or 1854 pins. It's like the LJ 1954 is probably going to have over 2,000 pins. Then just call it 1954. It does have 1,851 pins, though. So it does have the same. So yeah, they're still going to be doing the Panther Lake is still just going to be for laptops on 1851, and Nova Lake is going to be going to the 1854. Yeah, because yeah. As Panther Lake is technically supposed to be 1851, and it is going to be 1851, and it's supposed to be the Core Ultra 300s. No, you gotta think. Remember, Pat Gilsinger had so many things on the go that Liputan is trying to change the way they're doing it. Trying. It does. I have been not been wanting to talk about this kind of stuff because of how much stuff has been changing around. Yeah, Intel Nova Lake is going to 1854 up to 52 cores. Still, that hasn't changed. And they're doing for the Core Ultra 400 series. And yeah, Panther Lake is still going to be Core Ultra 300. That hasn't changed. Yeah, Nova Lake is supposed to be 1954 platform. But for what some other things are saying, it's going to be 1854 platform, which doesn't make sense. From what I've been reading over the past few months, not few months, so for months, and literally came out with the leaks on this kind of stuff, is yeah, Nova Lake is supposed to be 1954. Panther Lake is still supposed to be 1851, but strictly just go to laptops. There's no going to be desktops. And they're canceling 18A and 18AP node, the 1.8 nanometer transistor. They're canceling that, just going to use the 18A and 18AP node for in-house stuff for their own products. So other companies will not be able to use the 18A and 18AP node, 1.8 nanometer transistor. That's it. And they're going to be strictly working on the 1.4 nanometer transistor. They want to crush TSMC. Let's just say that. And that's smart because TSMC is only able to get down to 2 nanometer right now, not even 1.8 nanometer. And TSMC is working with NVIDIA and for AMD. And Intel does not want to contract or give contract to TSMC to build anything for them anymore. After what happened with the Raptor Lake, it makes sense. Yeah, remember, it's not just Intel's fault that this happened. TSMC was manufacturing stuff for them for the Raptor Lake, and for Alder and Arrow. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I'm 100% correct on all that. Just want to check my known sources there for that. Yeah, no. I've been keeping up to date, even though I've been like gaming more and all that. Since I haven't been going over the news because so much crap. There's literally so much crap that's been going on. So I haven't been going over a whole lot of stuff because there's so much made up stuff. And I like to put out leaks that are true. Like I said, I was literally the first one that brought out the Nova Lake 1954 platform and how it was actually a delivery driver that found the packaging for it that said new Intel platform 1954, what it was going for testing for voltages and regulations and stuff like that. It is because TSMC, AMD, NVIDIA, they're all trying to be better than one another. Did you hear AMD's canceling the 32 core Zen 6 Medusa Point? No more 32 core. They're only going to be doing 24 core max. Only. Why? Why? Is it okay for the rumors that they're saying that they're going to claim that there's going to be boost clock speeds up to 6 gigahertz and beyond on it? Yeah, they're canceling the 32 core. And they're supposed to be doing 6 gigahertz and beyond, up to 6.2 is what they're saying. 6.2 gigahertz boost clock speeds. I don't even think that's going to happen anymore. If they're canceling the 32 core CPU, something's going on. Shitting on AMD with 1.4 nanometer transistor that they're hoping to have out by early 2027. If they can get that out before early 2027, Intel will be crushing it in the data centers and for normal consumers. But they're canceling, like I said, the 18A and 18AP. And everyone's going to hate on Intel for these layoffs and stuff like that and shutting down Fab 28. Fab 28 is on old processors, like literally only making old processors and working on a little bit of AI. What's the point of even having that Fab 28 running with all those like thousands of workers? They're laying off some, but thousands of workers. We're talking 6,000 workers at Fab 28. Why have that even going if it's not producing any kind of revenue? No revenue. Why have all those workers going? Why have that fab going? Just get rid of it. It's costing too much money. Take that money and invest it into better architectures, analyzing architectures, staying on, like making an actual platform that you can stay on for the next 5-6 years. Absolutely kick AMD's butt. AMD's only good for gaming and specific tasks right now. If Intel can get their hands onto the gaming, they can get their name back out there. And if they can make sure that their CPU products are going to last over, I mean, if what they're testing on their, for their 1850, the new Core Ultras, it's wild what they can go through. Yeah, exactly. And that's what Lipbutan literally talked about today on, I went over this earlier on this stream, buddy. I literally went over this earlier this stream here about that. And that's how Intel's not like the top chip maker that it used to be. And Lipbutan even said it's around here somewhere. There we go. So Lipbutan even said, Intel instead plans to shift its focus towards edge AI, aiming to bring AI processing directly to devices like PCs rather than relying on cloud-based compute. Tan also highlighted agentic AI, an emerging field where AI systems can act autonomously without constant human input. Completely AI-based learning on it, like instantaneous, basically learning and continuously updating itself without having a human to input anything else. So it doesn't even need the internet or anything. Literally can just be self-sustained without even internet and continuously grow. Take her easy, buddy. Thanks. Oh. Mhm. Oh. Wow. You should get some rest. Oh, gotcha. Good price. Wouldn't say waterproof, probably just water resistant though. I mean, Staying up till delivery is not good. Delivery won't probably be till later on. Exactly. So why don't you get some rest before then? Yeah. Take it easy, man. Came in 5 days early. Holy moly. You gotta love that. Yeah, that's crazy. That's good. Get things set up a bit sooner too. It's just a RAM. Nice. Hopefully you get that soon too. Should come in tomorrow. Good. No, I don't think so. Oh, did you? Good. Did you decide what you're getting? Yeah, yeah. It's very good to hear. 8,000? Nice. Good kit of RAM. Is that the CL40 or CL38? What up, Dell? No, no doubt. uh, yeah, no doubt. I'm going to explain this as simply as possible. I don't understand. Uh, yeah, I think there's CL42 in the long run. Good. Technically, in the long run, will be good. Short term's gonna suck. They'll even out and become better. It should. So that maybe should switch to yes. Again, short term still technically like 5 years. 3 to 5 years is a short term. Unfortunately, seems like a long time, but it really isn't. By forcing manufacturers to build in the US, the debt will lessen. Like TSMC himself is looking to spend like 1.3 trillion in the US, which a lot of taxes will go into paying off debt, go into the government. It's a lot. There's a lot. And then for how many people that are in the US or certain taxes and stuff like that increase. Yeah, exactly. Yep. He might make a lot of big companies mad, but can't do anything about it, man. They have to pay more. Yep. There's a lot that goes involved with that kind of stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think he has some smart people go crunching the numbers on this kind of stuff too. Right? Why he fired a bunch of higher ends because what they were doing is just making more debt for the future and not actually helping out the debt. And remember, there's smarter people than most of us. People that are specific on certain tasks, right? Oh, everyone's kind of in my balance. I, well, and Dan, yeah, yeah. Again, it's a lot of. He's a businessman. He's gonna try to help out. It's gonna take time. It's just so much things that probably went wrong. Yeah, and the next president will have to go through a whole bunch of stuff too, and or who knows, next president might be an underling of him that supports his ideas, understands his ideas. A lot of things that people need to know is it's understanding why certain things are being done, why certain things are bad, why learning from history is good, which I'm terrible at, but learning from history. I mean, 90 deals in 90 days is a lot. It is. It is a lot. To say that is pretty bold. I'm not sure how many actually got signed. Probably more than 90, but no, probably not. No, he also he did a lot more deals than that. Yeah, but what about two full deals? One with the United Kingdom, one with Vietnam. I was gonna say he also did one with Vietnam. Yeah, full deals, and then yeah, the half deal with China. It's not even technically a half deal. Yeah, 20% I do believe he did on the tariffs, 20% on goods from Vietnam. If I remember correctly, that happened, what, last week sometime, I think. That's a lot to say. And even just accomplishing those deals are pretty good. Yeah, still great that you accomplished those deals. But I mean, you're also having to do those deals with other countries. And they would have to willingly either sign the deal or no deal. So saying something like, oh, I'm going to do 90 deals in 90 days, good luck. They don't have to sign any deals. They don't have to. Right? Again, if they don't, there's still consequences for them not doing those deals. They don't have to. They don't. You can't force another country to do something. There has to be an agreement. There are laws. You don't have to sign anything, just like an individual doesn't have to sign something if they don't want to. Yeah. Oh, yeah. By far. Yep. Yeah. It's true. It's true. Yeah. I know. I know. I know. Yeah. I think because those countries did not make a deal with Trump, you can be like, okay, well, you guys are not getting this. You're not getting that. Okay, well, you didn't sign the deal, so you don't get this anymore. Another country, okay, we don't get this. To the U.S., that's fine. That's just fine. That's like how Trump wants Canada to be part of the United States. It is. It means more things will be built in the United States that can't handle what has already been disabled from another country. You don't need other stuff from other countries. You can be self-sustaining from your own products. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. No, no. The biggest spenders, because of all the Americans, spend the most amount of money. You can self-sustain. You can. You can. It's called, there'll be limits on how much you can purchase. Get what I'm saying? Trust me, there is ways to do it. A lot will have to change in order to be self-sustaining, but you can, especially for a country that big and for having that kind of goods and actually food supply. You guys got crazy amount of beef there, crazy amount of chicken farms, pig farms, crazy amount of wildlife, like really good fishery. Probably won't happen. Probably won't happen. Yeah, even with just the farms and ranches, you just got a lot. And that's the thing. There can be limits on how much a person can buy. How many pork chops, how many steaks, how much fish a single family can have or buy. There can be limits on that. Instead of everyone buying so much more food than what they actually need. So that way it can be distributed more evenly around. Yeah, but guess what? That can change. Doesn't matter if it doesn't work for Americans. The police force is stronger than any American, any group of Americans. The army is way bigger than any group of Americans that they can put in. It's pretty easy. If the people want to act on the government will bring in the army to act on the people. It's quite simple, man. It's quite simple, and Americans have way too much balls to even think about doing something like that. Like if they're that stupid and want to actually act on the government and their government's decisions on what is actually right, the government will take action, and the government has legal rights to do that. No, it's not crazy. It's not. It doesn't matter. That's not how it works nowadays. That was when there was literally just a few million people. Now you have over 340 million people there. It's different, completely different. New laws, new legislations. Again, man, I don't care what you Americans think about certain things. You need to realize what can happen. You push the government too far, the government will act. Again, what's better for the economy is what needs to be done. There's a lot of things that need to change. That's why, in a way, communism is actually not terrible. I'm pretty sure China's more self sustainable than anybody. Are they not? And look how all the people they have. Yeah, 4 times the amount of people in America. 4 times the amount. You can't push harder taxes, though. Harder taxes means certain things would have to change as well. It would put more people into poverty. You can't just put more people into poverty. Because if you start raising the taxes, the people that are making 100,000 a year will have to literally pay like $50,000 in taxes, which puts them way down below the bracket of what they were making before. Which for where they might live and actually, buy and all that, that's not gonna work. Yeah, I think I said they're fixing it, but what they're doing is helping out for the future. Taxes is great. Yeah. Try having my taxes. Here in Canada. Yeah, we have great healthcare. Not really. Yeah, our healthcare is waiting 16 hours with a broken leg in a hospital, waiting 16 hours to get a cast. That's great. That's amazing. Perfect. Love it. Love it. Trust me, taxes is not going to solve everything. You'll actually make more people madder by doing more taxes. And you guys don't pay a whole lot in taxes. Yeah, roughly 10%. I mean, they should be taxing the wealthy, technically. Like heavier tax on the wealthy. I mean, it's only up to 30% that they get taxed, technically, which isn't much. I get 30% in taxed. I know, I can see that. I can see that, buddy. I can see that. No, they're not. They're basically paying nothing. Yeah, comparative to the wealth, yeah. Again, but depending on comparative to the wealth, just because a company is worth, let's say, $100 billion, it doesn't mean they have $100 billion. Does not mean they earned $100 billion. I get what you're saying, though. Yeah, I was reading that there. Kind of wild. Kind of wild. That is wild. Buy our rice. And I know you guys did a whole lot of rice, to be honest. I didn't realize you guys did a whole lot of rice. Oh, righteous. Really? Oh yeah, they're having poor harvests. Wild. Wild. Yeah. But it's also declining in rice farms. The rice farmers are getting out of it. There's less farms, so kind of makes sense. If there's bad harvest and less rice farmers, there's going to be a decline in it, which is an increase in the price of rice. So that's pretty brutal, especially when rice is like a main dish. Yeah, true. So kind of in a hardship there. They're in a little bit of a pickle. Not a whole lot. A lot of people are getting some odd news apparently saying Nova Lake's gonna be on 1854. That's not true. It's 1954 platform. Panther Lake is still gonna be on 1851, but only for laptops. Low power DDR6 has been confirmed, right, reaching up to 10,667 megatransfers per second, all the way up to 14,400 megatransfers per second. Although the way they did it for DDR6 is instead of it being like, okay, so DDR4 is a 64-bit controller, memory bit bus width, and what it is 64-bit by dual channel. And now with DDR5, it's 32 by, that's single 64, and then DDR5 is dual 32-bit, so times that by 2 is 64, and now with DDR6, it's going to be 4 by 24. So Pretty wild there. Yeah, all the way up to 14,400 megatransfers per second is what they're saying for stock. There's ranges. And it has more memory bandwidth than actually. So Salty Croissant did a record on DDR5, 12,067 megatransfers per second. So DDR5, 12,000 megatransfers per second and up. With the stock DDR6, it's saying that there's going to be more bandwidth than what that DDR5 at 12,000 is. So pretty crazy. Up to 38.4 gigabits per second. Pretty wild. Intel CEO talked about a bunch of stuff too. Since they're not doing so hot, the whole bunch of stuff has been implemented, more layoffs. Fab 28 should have been done with a long time ago, but they're still continuing on. They're doing layoffs for Fab 28. They're talking about the future, about how they're going to be doing autonomous AI for that and focusing on a bunch of stuff. Yeah, DDR4 3600, but that's still not bad. That's like DDR5 7200, but not as much bandwidth, basically. Half the bandwidth almost. Still not terrible. Can't complain about it. See, when I was on DDR4, I ran my DDR4 at 4400 megahertz, not 3600. I ran mine at 4400. Yep, that's the main thing. You don't want to run into issues. Make sure. And latency on DDR4 is great. Apparently, with the new LP DDR6, it's going to have lower latency too than DDR5, which is even better. No, never had Whataburger. No. I remember I'm Canadian. That sounds like an American thing. Like In-N-Out. In-N-Out's not above fast food. It's still fast food. It's probably just tastes good. Yeah, that's good. That's good. It's not like McDonald's. McDonald's is too expensive for what it is now. They just keep raising the prices, and it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I like Burger King. I like my flame grilled burgers. No, it's like over $20. Easily over $20 now. Easily. You used to be able to get like a single patty burger for like less than $1. Now they're like $3, over $3, and those are like nothing for me. I mean, nothing. Yeah, the holy crap, the McChickens have gone up in price, and I never liked the McChickens from McDonald's. I only like chicken from Popeyes or KFC. Generally, I like from KFC better because I like their spicy. I like their spicy mayo. It's really good. Popeyes, for some reason, with Popeyes, at least around here in Canada, Popeyes, if you get like their spicy, it could be like that perfect one time. The next time you get it, it's so overly spicy that it doesn't even make sense. It's like, why? Why is it so much spicier now? What did you do to this? And KFC, it's not. It's like that perfect spice every time. It's good. It's really good. Ah, or some Williams. Yeah, I mean, probably would be good. Hey, Mary Brown's here is pretty good. It's pretty good. Except for I'm not like I don't care to eat just chicken, like, chicken, just straight up chicken, like shake and bake chicken or whatever, however it's done. I like to have it on the sandwich. I like sandwiches. I'm a sandwich person. Like literally, I can just eat sandwiches for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every single day and would be very happy. Even wraps. Wraps are pretty good, but I like the sandwiches. Yeah, I wish I can afford to eat the kind of sandwiches I used to make at home. Black Forest ham. I used to eat 10 pounds of Black Forest ham, shaved Black Forest ham a week. 10 pounds. Can't afford that now. That'd be like an absurd amount of price. Yeah, I mean, I can. I can literally eat it. But especially when I was trying to gain weight and that, I would just eat anything. Anything I could. Anything all the time. Mostly sandwiches, but anything all the time. I mean, same thing too when I was as well. Like I had so much food. It was I made so many deals. It was crazy how much food I would have on my table. Just plate after plate after plate after plate. There you go. There's your part of the deal. I get enough food that I'm happy. Always hungry. I'm always hungry, even when I'm not trying to gain weight. I'm always hungry. Like I ate before the stream, but I'm hungry now. Yeah, when I was like doing strongman stuff, like I was eating like 8 to 11 meals a day, every single day. A lot. I was eating crazy amount of food. Yeah. You just feel better. I mean, it's a type of fasting. Some people feel good with the fasting. Most people do. I feel better with just more food. Always have more energy with more food. So I'm the type of person that doesn't really cramp up from anything. Custom HDMI installed. Ooh, fancy. I'm so fancy. Yeah, people are like that. Me, no. If I'm could be, constantly moving around in that, I have to constantly eat, and then I'll just get more energy. I'll just be more energetic. I'm the opposite. Just more food, more energy. I don't cramp up. Just gives me more energy. I can just work. I can literally work 12, 14-hour shifts easily, like hard for 12, 14-hour shifts easily. Roofing, framing, doing heavy lifting. More food, the better. And then the coffee. The coffee helps. But yeah, more food, the better for me. Again, that's not everybody. And a lot of people, if they stop doing eating the amount of food that they do while doing what they normally do and started fasting, they would feel better. I have a weird metabolism. I literally eat like a hefty meal. We're talking like I can eat 3 to 5 pounds. I can fit over 5 pounds of food in my gut, no matter what, always. But I can eat that, and within an hour, I'm hungry again. Doesn't make sense. It's just I have high metabolism. But yeah, the fasting part though, yeah, a lot of people are good with the fasting because it switches over their body into a different state. A lot of people are switching over to the fasting because it does give them more energy. They just eat one big meal at the end of the day, they're good. Me, no, I, I have to eat a couple meals a day at least. I mean, if I do the one meal a day, it's okay. It's just I lose weight, which I don't like losing weight. Oh, oh, I'm talking steaks. Like I'm talking like I'm talking steaks the size of a big plate. A amount of potatoes of like a medium sized plate, like mound of potatoes. I'm talking like, I mean, that's just carbs, but I mean, big steaks. I'm talking, I used to eat a lot. And I'm not talking like just carbs. I'm talking full on meals, 3-course meals a day. And then in between those huge meals, I would be eating protein bars, small little meals. Nice. Yeah, my max weight is only around 195, 195, 198. And that's where I wanted to be for when I was doing my strongman stuff. I just wanted to be around there. But a 5'6", roughly 5'6", that's pretty good, especially when I didn't really gain fat. I mean, I got a little bloated because I was drinking a lot of water and creatine and that. But I mean, seriously, like it's crazy the amount. Yeah, man, it was wild. Well, it is wild what I can eat. Like, I can eat 2 extra large pizzas and guzzle down, 6 liters of Pepsi in one night easily. Easily. I used to. And not gain fat. I would just don't gain fat. And then when I was doing, trying to like gain the muscle and all that, there was a lot of steaks, a lot of red meats, and then a lot of chicken. I try to stay away from turkey because it's serotonin, but yeah. Yeah, see, I don't care for peanut butter. For me, it was a lot of milk, but I mean, it's a lot of extra food too, just more food. Constantly keep my belly full. Keep my belly full all time. Gave me a ton of energy, ton of energy. And it kind of makes sense. For some people, that'd be bad, really bad, especially if they're not very active. But when I'm eating that kind of amount, I am very active, working extremely hard, bench pressing, squatting, deadlifting mostly. And, working like for a job, roofing, carrying 110-pound bundles of shingles up and down ladders. And we're talking like 70 to 100 bundles of them in a short amount of time. We're talking within like an hour. And doing the roof, shingling the roof, walking up and down the roof. Framing, lifting walls. Lifting walls is very heavy. We didn't use the manual jacks, we used manual labor. Same thing with windows, installing windows, massive windows. Yeah, it is easy for me. People would be like you're not cramping up after all that? No. It's like, really? It's like, no, not cramping at all. And generally when I was working, my bosses would bring me coffee and then donuts. Lots of donuts. Or extra food. Just extra food. Keep me happy. You keep me well fed, I'm always happy. Didn't care the weather, didn't care about a lot of things. Make sure I had lots of food. I was happy. Yeah. It's one thing nice about my body is I don't cramp up. And even though the amount of coffee I drink too, right? Even though I drink a lot of coffee, I didn't have to worry about cramping still. Yeah, man. Oh, I do the 180-pound windows by myself easily. Easily. Yeah, I used to build custom buildings all the time. Build my own windows, like build the window sashes, install the windows, and then install the windows by hand. I did it myself. People ask me if I need a hand. Now I'm good. Got the suction cups, and these are. Oh. And I would install like 30 of them in a building. Do that in a day. Done. Go on to the floor. The floors are fairly easy. It's just more or less mixing up all the epoxy. That is hard work. Mixing up gallons of epoxy to lay floor. Holy crap, man. That stuff is thick. That stuff is thick. Like, you gotta mix it up for like 15 minutes. It's like, holy crap. Drill mixer, you just held on to it, squeeze the bucket as tight as you can. Please. Are we done? No, 10 more minutes. Oh my God. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, and then when I'm doing the roofing too, if you're doing block roofs, just block roofs day after day, it's hot. It's brutal. But I got thick skin and I gained calluses very quickly. So like literally no problem. And then doing torch down roofs, I didn't even wear gloves. They were like, does that not like burn you? Nah, my calluses are too thick. I don't even feel it. Patting it down bare hand after they just torched it. But again, I've worked in like really hot places. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They'll just pass out. Yeah. Not me. Not me, man. God. I've worked at the like hottest jobs in the world. Like we're talking like up to 76 degrees Celsius. 76 degrees Celsius. Now that's hot. Literally, like if you touch anything metal, like the skyjack around you or the metal poles, you will literally burn your arm because that metal would be over 100 degrees Celsius. The bolts in that in my pouch, every time you grab it, basically burns you. That's a brutal job. And that was just called a shading crew. A shading crew on building marijuana facilities and grow op facilities is the hottest job there is. There's no AC installed yet. It's before the AC. And then once the AC is installed, you go back and then you can fix up certain things that might have been missed along the way. That's nice. But before all of that, there's no shading and you're literally working right below the glass. I mean, sometimes they would use planes and do a whitewash over the glass so that way it covers the sun. But a lot of companies never paid that kind of money to have that done. So we would just work for, 15 minutes, go down off the skyjack, drink a couple bottles of water, and go back up for 15 more minutes. Yep. Yeah, they're paying very good. They literally bought us. So we worked for 2 weeks on, 2 days off when I was doing that. 2 weeks on, 2 days off. So we would drive out, it's like a 5-hour drive to the house that they bought us. And then they bought us our own brand new bed. So if you got the job there, you got to go to the store, pick out whatever bed you want, and boom, there you go. You got a brand new bed for you as well. So we did that. And then every Friday, it's whatever we wanted. So beers included. Whatever restaurant we wanted, as much food as we wanted, and as much beers as we wanted. Again, I don't drink anymore, but that was that job every Friday. Every Friday, nice. And then all our food was paid for anyways, but every Friday we got to go out to a restaurant. I think the most is around $3,000 we spent at one place, around $3,000. No problem. Yep. And we got paid good. Yeah, we got paid good. It was decent money. But I mean, not everyone got paid as decent because I did some wild stuff too, like walking along the old portions of buildings, like old portions of grow ops, and then I just walk on like this little narrow piece of metal that's strung along, and then the glass gets put into. Well, I had to go across that and smash all the glass out from that because the construction workers that were tearing down a certain portion so that way it could be rebuilt, they didn't want to like start taking it down, the glass is shattering on them. So they asked us to go in. If I was only one that did it though, walked across the actual metal things and started just smashing the glass beneath my feet, basically. And yeah, I would do stuff like that. Work up in extremely high heights. Didn't really care much about the heat. The heat didn't really matter. Again, after working for hours in that heat, like 72, 76 degrees Celsius, you go out to like 35, 40 degree weather, you put on winter jackets. And then after an hour or two, you take off the winter jacket, put on a spring jacket. And then after that, you just wear a sweater. After that, you wear a t-shirt. You had to cool yourself down very slowly. And they were saying there, yeah, what's up this for food? Yeah, you should have. Yeah, the travel jobs are kind of nice. I mean, for me at the time, it sucked because, leaving at the time, my girlfriend at the time for 2 weeks and then only getting to see her for 2 days, it really sucked, but you gotta think about the money sometimes. You gotta think about the money sometimes. It could be beneficial for the future. I eventually quit. I eventually quit that job though. Just couldn't handle the workers and all the crap that was going on. A lot of lies. Let's just say that. No. Yep. Yep. And then if you get into the big plumbing stuff, like that's some heavy duty stuff. And again, I'm used to doing commercial size stuff, all commercial work. I used to do a lot of commercial work, not plumbing, but everything was commercial work. Got into residential stuff, but I began doing stuff in commercial work, which everything's a lot bigger, a lot bigger. Not bad. Not bad. I say not bad, but I'm more or less just laughing at you because yeah, that would suck. But I mean, it's got to get done. If it's got to get done, it's got to get done. You get her done. You got that right, Beth. You got that right. You get her done. Yep. Yep. That's what happens when you get her done, man. Like I said, all my bosses always brought me Tim Hortons donuts. Like we're talking 12 donuts just basically for me and a bunch of coffees, Tim Hortons coffees, all the time. Because they know how I worked. They knew I was getting it done. If it needed to be done that day, it was getting done by that afternoon. And I'd still get paid for the whole day. Yep. It's gotta get done. You gotta get her done. Plus, if you ain't gonna get it done, somebody else will. Don't make it. Best be you getting it done. I don't know. That'd be awesome to do, to be honest. Yeah, I'm still trying to find some more people that want PCs built, but I'm waiting on people that want PCs built to have money for it. Yeah. Yeah, they said they'll come to me when they get the money because we talked about the hardware that they want and all that. I told them the price that it will be. And then they're like, well, don't have that yet. I'll come to you when I have that money. So I told them how much I charge and that. Few people now. Few people. And whenever that happens, I'll do a live stream building the PC. And tell other people, it's like, well, they're looking to have a high end PC built for $600. I'm like, sorry, you can't even do that for used parts. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll wait for their building the PC. Smart move. Smart move. Yep. Can't do much about it. No, they want high end. Like they're talking high end. They wanted over 200 frames per second every single game. Multiple people wanted that. Yeah, probably 16 gauge cables with decent cable, like actual sleeving, not the actual sleeves, but the actual rubber silicone silicone sleeving that they have, which makes it nice. But generally, yeah, 16 gauge. Yeah, that's yeah. No, they're saying on AAA titles, not eSport games, AAA. It's not gonna happen, especially around here. Especially around here. Unfortunately, that's the market. I can't even do that used. Can't even do that used around here. Bet a lot of folks say such things about what? I mean, technically, my system doesn't cost that much just due to the fact I didn't pay much for my 1300K brand new. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. For $1,000, I want a 2000 horsepower GTR. Keep dreaming. Dream on. Dream on. I was thinking like 500. That's good. You're still looking for a buyer on one of my kidneys. So I was like, oh, hey, got us all 5090s. Working on K rigs. Yeah, like I said, my rig's fairly good. Like I tell people, if you can find good deals for high-end CPU, we're talking top-of-line CPU, decent motherboard, or a good kit of RAM, you don't have to worry as much about your GPU. Unless you're strictly doing AAA games at 1080p, or yeah, 4K. Which a lot of people aren't doing 4K. They need the monitor for it at a high refresh rate at that. So they're not going to spend all that money. A lot of people don't have that kind of money. But if you're doing mostly 1080p, and guess what? Still like 85% of people are still on 1080p. Since you're doing 1080p, just get a good CPU, decent kit of RAM, decent motherboard. Worry about your GPU later. Just spend what you can on the GPU. Because again, I'm on a 3070 Ti. But like CS2 and basically CS2 and Fortnite, I get over 600 frames per second average. Average. 600. No, still 1080p. Still 1080p is up there. I think there's 4 or 5% on 4K now. So go to here. We're going to go worldwide. And that last 10 minutes. Hey, all those don't even add up to 100%. So just go Canada. That still does not add up to 100%. So this chart is wrong. It doesn't even add up to 100%, and it's only added up to 50% of users. It doesn't make sense. Sorry, actually, it's at 60% now. Okay, I found an actual good chart. 60% of users are still on 1080p, 1440p with 20%, and 4K around 3.65. There are still people on 720p and lower. But 60% for 1080p, 1440p 20%, and 4K is at 3.65%, and the rest are on 720p and lower. The other charts I was looking at were terrible. Yeah, 20% at 1440p. I mean, that's a lot more than what I thought now. Yeah, still 60% of users are on 1080p. That's worldwide. There's still some people in 480. There's still some people at 480, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. There's still people on like. Exactly. Beth. Yeah, exactly. And some people won't get out of their ways. You gotta remember that. There's some people that don't spend the money on stuff like that. They don't care. Works for them. You got it. And that's what a lot of people don't have anymore. If it works right now for you, it should work for you in the future. Save your money. Just save your money. Save your freaking money. People don't do that anymore, though. Unless you can find some, or find extremely good deals in which you're not spending all of your money. Rambo posters up at malls. That's a good one. What? What? Get a guitar. Get a guitar. You say hi? You say hi? Not gonna say hi? Why are you not saying hi? You should definitely say hi. You say hi? No? Why not? Fine. Fine. I'm all in Croatia. All right, that makes sense. Be right back. Yeah, it sucks missing animals. I missed my kitty too when I didn't have her. Yeah, what? Why were you Googling maps in malls in Croatia? Seems a little odd. Why were you trying to airdrop onto a beach? Is there a specific beach? Yeah, see the views. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Let's see. Uh, I'm looking to see if we got anything else to talk about. I, and do I want to know? Oh yeah, no, yeah. I bet, man. I bet. I bet. So anything new that just came out? Let's see. No, just sad news all around for Intel, AMD. I mean, Nvidia hit $4 trillion market cap. That's good news, I guess. The rich just keep getting richer. Let's see if there's any kind of used deals around my area. No. No. None. Nope. Zilch. Kaput. Nada. Well, that sucks. Event bum. Yeah, there's just nothing around. There's literally nothing around for PC stuff unless you want to pay way overpriced for used. All alone. I'm still lonely. I have nobody for my own. Not sure yet. Nothing. Yeah, nothing else. There's really nothing else really to talk about. I mean, let's see. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow I will set up the dual CPU server. See what kind of games we can run on it. I've done CS2, but I'll have to redo it. I'll redo the test. I'll do that. Oh. Maybe I'll do that. That sounds like a plan. I have no values for all. I'm still shit. Does anybody else have any kind of questions? Any questions? Or just want to talk? Let me know. Let me know. I'm gonna go hop on the game. Y'all be good. All right. Take her easy there, Dell. Take her easy. Have yourself a good one. Hopefully the games are good. So well, maybe I'll cut this stream short. Yeah, switch over to some Apex and Legends. We'll see. What should I do? And hopefully you can still hear me. It's gonna be a little bit different sound. Ba-blam. Steam. Let's see, we got MSI Afterburner here. So I do want to test out these RAM timings in Apex Legends too. I've only tested them in CS2 so far, so maybe I'll do that right now. See how well it works. This is 6,000 CL30 with okay timings. More or less guaranteed work timings for a whole bunch of different frequencies, but that's kind of the point. Make sure it works. Form, screen, boom, boom, blam, something like show. That'll do, donkey, that'll do. Alright, we got performance there, so we got CPU, RAM, GPU, temp. That looks pretty good though. I do want to see the performance of this, so looks good there. What I'll do, don't want that. Let's move this up over here. Blamo. Wow, bam, thank you, ma'am. That'll do, donkey. That'll do.
Nobody do it better than me, not incredibly. I do this competitively, uneditably. Falling silent when I walk up.
Let's see. Whoa, why is everything so dark? That looks correct. See that. Hopefully, that did it. It's looking all right. I
guess we'll see what in the game. It should be getting around 300, but maybe because of this RAM frequency that's a lot lower than what I generally have. It's only at 6,000. Yeah, it's at 6,000 megatransfers per second, but CL30. Just doesn't seem like my frames are as high. I know it's saying 60 right now, but just loading in there. There we go. Just does not seem.
Introducing your champion.
Just. We'll see. We'll see.
Study the land. Find our advantage.
Every decision
Then
counts.
I think we should land here.
What's your costume?
What is going on?
Opponent over here. Let's land here.
Prepare for battle.
Everything got reset.
Attention. First blood.
Frames are looking aight.
On the bright side, it wasn't bad.
Additional supplies here.
Frames are looking aight.
Round one.
We're getting a little far apart from each other. We're outside the next ring. Did you know I designed it?
My weapon has been enhanced. Now we hunt.
Shot down a cargo bot.
Evo harvesters are now available.
Check your map.
Oh my god, everything got changed, man. All my settings are changed. Notes, everything. Settings. Ding.
Ring movement in progress.
Oh. Okay, now the fire button's gone. This is really getting annoying.
Nemesis here.
Dibs. Shotgun pulled here. Level 3.
Okay. This is really annoying.
Attention. Delivering care package. Care package, please. I'm under fire. I've been downed. Unacceptable.
Back. We're getting a little far apart from each other. Trouble.
Broken enemy shield.
Broke the enemy shield.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Attention. The
I'm
champion
down.
has been
Another
eliminated.
eliminated champion.
Good job. The frames are looking alright. Look fairly similar. Whoa!
I had a job to do.
Good job, you guys. I mean, they're looking fairly similar to timings I had, but a little bit lower. The frames are a little bit lower by the looks of it. Generally, I'm at 7200. CL34 generally. But some alright timings. Right now I'm at CL30, 6,000 megatransfers per second. I've been doing a bunch of testing for RAM on certain games. Just haven't done Apex, so kind of want to test it out here. Also going to be doing a benchmark for Marvel Rivals Guardians of the Galaxy. It's a single player game. I mean, the frames are looking alright. A little bit lower than what I generally see, though. If I gotta pay attention to the game too, but RAM usage same, CPU usage looks the same. So, I mean, RAM maybe doesn't matter as much on this game as some other games, but it still matters by the looks of it. I have been losing a little bit of frames, so.
I am Bloodhunder. You can call me Bloodhound.
By the looks of it.
Anything that gets in my way.
Let's see more or less with this game. So I also have to keep it on the same map when I'm doing the testing. So I'm not sure how I can keep it on the same map all the time since the maps change all the time in this game now.
This is your champion.
Generally I'm averaging around 300 though. We're champs, let's go. Generally average around 300 frames per second with my normal settings.
I am the jump master. Have faith in our descent.
Yeah, because it does look a lot lower. At least up top here. It's only hitting like 160.
Prepare for battle. That's not enough. Stay alert.
Well, how would I know?
Falling.
Okay, how's my teammates not shooting them right there? They're on you. The ping's not working.
We could check out here.
Focus. Do not
That's
let them
stupid.
best you again.
On.
The next ring. This part is over. Get up.
Crack the bad dude shield. And that's all.
Nice.
Watch out for this.
There's another team, there's another team, there's another team.
Do not let them best you
There's up
again.
behind you, Rebecca.
I got the shield. I'm inside.
Recharging shields.
They're coming from the east.
Focus. Do not let them best you again.
Evo harvesters are now available.
Yo, cracked an enemy shield.
My health is low. Priority.
Taking fire. I've been down. Taking fire. Yo, cracked an enemy shield.
Down by hospital.
I'm down. No bueno.
Healing my wounds.
Brutal.
Here you are, fighting.
The frames are looking aight. They're not looking terrible. It's hard to actually watch the frames will play, but it's alright. I'll check it out after the stream here. Yeah, frames are looking aight.
Time to cut the power.
The old phase and the new. I will use both to guide us.
Eventually, everything falls apart, and
Let's see the round.
pieces.
Right, here we go.
Introducing your champion.
I will guide us to victory below. Battle lies below.
They do look a bit lower though. Should be getting around 260 right now. I'm only hitting 260 because I'm getting closer to the ground.
My weapon has been enhanced. Now we hunt.
Got my weapon enhanced. Dang.
Please examine your map. I have found the next location of the range.
Attention. First blood.
Eat wasted.
Attention.
First blood.
Not so fast. 245, 260, 270.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
I should be around 300 right now though. I'm not.
Recharging my shields.
Fire! Enemies firing at me. Reloading.
Recharging my shields.
Whoa. Okay.
Evo harvesters are now available.
Recharging my shields.
Go! I'm in trouble.
Down but alive.
Okay. The teammates are just gonna run. That's awesome. I mean, the frames do look a bit lower than normal at 6,000 megabits per second. Generally like 7,200. So yeah, the frames do look lower. Amazing teammates. I don't know how they didn't have the weapons for it. I mean, they have Wingman Volt and the G-Sun Scout and a Havoc.
I'm on that. I have their banner. We can restore their circuits. We are not alone. Look over here.
Okay.
Care package being delivered.
Care package coming down. Care package.
Run, Forest, run. I love you, Jack.
Planting fences. Anyone passes through here, we'll know. Let's go.
Yeah,
circle.
frames are definitely lower though at 6,000.
Healing my wounds.
6,000 CL30 is less
Ultimate is
frames.
charged and good to go.
Looks smooth though. Looks very smooth, but less frames nonetheless.
I leveled up. With my new upgrade, I shall go Electron. I believe.
This should be interesting.
Combat weapon enhanced. Hang on.
Return to the hunt. My weapon has been enhanced. Now, we hunt.
Level.
As I gust of wind, I have flown to a new level. Upgrades await me. I've chosen an upgrade. Snazzy, as Volker would say.
Light ammo here.
Dibs.
Heavy ammo here.
So kind. Thanks.
Weapon enhancement.
I'm taking fire.
White, target there.
Reloading. Recharging my shields. Reloading.
Reloading. Over there.
Reloading. Reloading.
That way. Come on.
New kill leader appointed.
Careful. New kill leader.
Evac tower over here.
Let's go. That way. Dibs.
Extended energy mag here. Level 3.
Round 2.
Run to the ring. Oh, no.
Long walk to the
Just
next ring.
remember my generosity.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields.
The one I used to leave behind.
Scanning the area. There are Anscotti to be found
Okay,
in
game.
this direction.
Thank you.
Attention. The champion has been eliminated.
A champion has fallen. It was their time.
Let's go there.
Breaking through that gate.
Half the squads remain.
Gone.
Scanning the area. Our aim is clear. Enemies lie that way. Calling upon nature's strength. A lead to our enemy. Let us follow it. The ring is distant. Trust the winds.
No, you guys keep going that way. We got a pin jump.
The ring is far.
Enemy. Over there.
Using meds.
We'll know.
Reload. Marking our surroundings.
Yeah, forcing another team. They gotta go down. Go down, go down.
Got our fallback plan in place.
Yep.
The way is moving. Going to burn.
Knocked one.
Down the hostile. Reloading.
Out.
Took out a hostile.
What's your southwest?
Hang up.
Attention, delivering care package.
Supplies coming in. Reloading. Activating avoid nexus. I'm in trouble.
Marking our surroundings.
Something on my shield.
Care package over there. Strong, doesn't it?
Reloading. They are attacking.
Another squad.
I got him out,
Have
but
met that
I went
fate.
down.
That squad is out.
Good kill. I'm going to learn a lot watching you. Deploying an evac
There's
tower.
one person to the southwest.
Being shot at. My void nexus is lost.
Ring countdown.
Wanna beg me for another?
Attention, loot bins have been restocked.
Trouble. I'm bleeding out.
Go here. Readying our fallback if things get too.
Move it over here. 60 seconds to ring close. Fin 45 seconds. Shields recharging.
Team up ahead of you there, me.
Kill leader
30
is
seconds.
They just went
and
up on the
ring's right
bridge.
there. Rings nearby with 10 seconds to go.
Frames are looking alright though. Lower than normal at 6,000 CL30, but that's fine.
warning. Ring closing. Care package being delivered.
Any crashes? My void nexus is lost. Wanna beg me for another?
I think this me does not like to have confrontation with any teams. I've taken out a whole team, so I got lots of points. Oh, well, this guy did 22 damage so far. That's
To be at
wild.
the top of the world. Why care
Absolutely
package
wild.
over there? Picked an upgrade to give me the upper hand.
Beginning ring countdown. Replicator being delivered.
Replicator incoming. Why? Care package over there. Grab that teammate's banner. Lucky them. Calling in the respawn beacon. Close ring. Got a 4 minute.
We back, baby.
Enemies firing at
Oh
me.
boy. We're not.
Enemy there.
22 damage, 0, 0, 0. The other guy, 172 damage, 1 assist.
Enemy in the distance.
Wild. That's good enough for the testing on that, though.
Enemy is in application.
I can already tell it's less frames what I'm normally getting at 7200 CL 34. This is 6000 CL30, and that technically a little bit better timings, but less frames. Less frames. So, man, can't complain. Can't complain, it was not bad. It was a fairly smooth experience. Yeah, it does look like less frames, unfortunately. Guess that was kind of bound to happen, though. Oh, let's see. Let's see. What is in the pineapple out of the sea? Yeah, it's not much. Yeah, might be an in the stream, to be honest. Unless anybody has any kind of questions or wants to talk about anything specific, let me know. Let me know. 7979. My name is Jeff. I mean, could desolder some more SMDs off of some donor boards, and then test them out with the multimeter, make sure they're fairly accurate. That's what I would like. So I do, because there's an upcoming competition here soon, so I have to modify. Maybe I'll do a volt. Yeah, because. Yeah, I gotta look for another GTX 770 as well for the competition, so I could do dual GTX 770. So that's part of it. Might do a power limit mod, no power limit mod on a GTX 1080 Ti, and also for the 2080 Super for part of the competition. I should. I should. So if anyone has any questions or wants to talk about anything, let me know in the live chat, and I'll be right back. Oh, my bad, guys. Huh. Yo, welcome back, Joel. Trying to see if I can find anything else here. Let's see what Reddit has to say some stuff. I'm doing pretty good. How about you, Joe? How about you? How about you, Joe? Mm, Do-do-do-do. Exactly are the 12-volt power on this? It won't. That. So why is that read it only? Should be reading more than that. I'm just checking out with the multimeter here for a little something something. Just give me one sec. Not making sense. I'm using a potentiometer here because I want to be able to adjust the fan that I want to solder onto the back of my mini monitor, but it's not reading the voltage that it should be reading out of the potentiometer. Which means I'm thinking a resistor went, and checking it out with a fan, it looks like there is an issue because it's not even changing the actual speed. Oh, I'm back, buddy. I'm back. I've been back. I'm gonna test with a different. Okay, so it's not working on that side. So I think a resistor went on the one side of the PCB. I'll have to check with the other side, see if it's working. Yeah, it works. So one side's no good. So I gotta check to see what resistor is not working proper. So I gotta see what resistor's not working. And why it's not working. So this is what I'm talking about. Focus. Guys are not focusing. And for motherboard, how much are they going for? Are you for what? For what exactly? Gaming only? Ohms. Ohms. Nah, 5800X3D. Well, I found the resistor is no good. That was easy. Million. No. Should be able to pick it up for 180, 200. Not cheap by any means, but you need to upgrade to a better gaming CPU. It's the one to go for AM4. Oh. Can't read you. Two kilo ohms. Two kilo ohms. What if I could replace it with a 2.2? Yeah, right? So, I mean, that's basically up to you what you want to do, right? 2 kilo ohm, though. Yeah, 2.000. 2 kilo ohm. What are these ones in parallel? I wonder, have you ever seen the rain? Not working. These are potentiometers, adjustable voltage range, and this is a potentiometer board for certain voltages. So this one works for 12-volt fans. With additional 32 gig 5600? What? For free? For free? I'm thinking 2.2 will work. Cause yeah, it's literally a 2 exact, like perfect readout on that one. Try to read this one. Here. Here. Exact. No. This one's actually reading less. This one, the other one's reading 1.98. 1.97. That one's reading perfect 2. This one's 1.97 ohms included. I mean, it's not like you're gonna use it. You could sell it though. Yeah, I know, within 10%. No, they're not. But what it's hooked into is, remember, I'm putting it in the back of this. I'm going to be attaching it to the back of this 7-inch 1080p 60Hz monitor. And I'll be using a 12 volt off of it. So what I'm going to do actually is plug this bad boy in and see exact voltage that it's going to actually output. Give me a minute. No, I'm not using a fan to power my monitor. I'm going to be So what I'm going to be doing is adding this fan. So I had this fan on it before, but I wanted to add a potentiometer onto it so that way I can adjust the fan speed. If I don't do that, if I don't have a potentiometer, it runs at full bore. I don't want it to run at full bore at all times. And I could use a smaller fan technically, and it's quieter, and it could run full bore and I wouldn't hear it. But I kind of like the size of fan because it fits good onto the board, back of the board, and it'll cool the components nicely. Because I want this to last a long time, and since it's a very basic board, I want to make sure all the hardware that's on it is well cooled. That's why I want a fan. Yeah, me too. But I'm gonna check to see the voltage that it's actually outputting. So yeah, yeah. It reads a 12.04 volts, so I mean it's pretty close to exact 12 volt. So I guess it wouldn't be terrible. I might solder on the wires to the power onto this, so that way I can just solder on the ground and power on that, and I should be able to adjust the voltage that way, no matter what. 'Cause it's just adjusting the voltage, not like a PWM fan at all. Should be fine. Should be fine. Just looks. I'm not sure if the one side's working or not. Double check. Yeah. But by the looks of it, it'll be alright. It's just voltage on this to make sure the power from this is reading correctly. If this is reading correctly, then all the components are technically working, right? So we go ground there, power there. A long enough cord for this. No. It's only reading 1.3 volts. Not my reading right. I'm not sure what it is. Not sure what it is. Twelve volt 2 amp. 12 volt 2 amp. And that looks pretty good, in my opinion. Yeah, the one potentiometer looks like it's cooked. Huh. This potentiometer's cooked. What if I just need to resolder it? Because I checked out the resistors on the one side. It looks aight. Do have other potentiometers. And a potentiometer is just one of these dials. There's a potentiometer board that you put different resistors onto it to adjust the voltage. You can use them for core voltage mods and stuff like that as well. For GPUs. It looks like the one potentiometer, kind of want to write on it this side here. It's no good. See, Dunskies. What I want to also do is maybe resolder it. Maybe resoldering will fix it. Could potentially fix it. Commercials. Let's go. Let's go. Warm up. Ridge wallet this time. Ridge wallet this time. Drip drop. Drip drop. That's not the one I'm being sponsored by right now. Okay, so let's see if that reflow helped. So that's a no-go. Did not fix it. Yeah, that didn't fix it. The reflow didn't fix it, so the potentiometer itself is gone. What I'm going to do is replace it. Right here. I have spare parts for a lot of stuff, buddy. Yeah. The potentiometers that I have are not technically a value. They're just a voltage potentiometer. So the PCB that has the resistors on it will control the actual voltage that goes to it. The resistors that I have are for 12 volts. Yes, yes, you're up to temperature. I get it. One. Holy, this one is on there, though. My God. My God. Okay. Yep, not these. These are just a voltage. That's why they have a PCB with the resistors on it. Yeah. Like this one would probably have a max, maybe 16 volts. Because they're not massive, but I mean, these are not small potentiometers. You can get way smaller potentiometers than these. There we go. Now, do I replace or do I just check out to see if this one works? Yeah, so like when you're doing like core voltage mods for GPUs and that, you get just small potentiometers and then you just get the resistors for it. So that way you can make it so you're starting off at 1.2 or maybe even 1.3 volts, and then you can turn the potential higher to go to 1.5. But you just want to make sure you have to have a multimeter hooked up anyways to check to make sure you're at the voltage. Because with a potentiometer, you could overvolt the GPU, depending on temperature and all that. Yeah, most potentiometers they might have a limit, but it depends on the size of the potentiometer. This is not a small potentiometer by any means. I'm not sure what this actual there's no resistance technically in these potentiometers. This is a voltage controller. Yeah, I've already checked the actual on this one. It's just full power. It's just giving me full power, even when the potentiometer is lower, even after the reflow. Same thing though. The one side just gets full bore. The potentiometer does not do any control. The exact same side. I've checked the resistors on them. They're 3-tab. They're 3-tab. Same thing though. The one side, the right side, full bore no matter what. The other side, perfect. The fan like goes to 200 RPM, and then you crank it all the way up, it goes to full blast. I'm not understanding why. Exact same resistors. I mean, the one side has technically a little bit. They're bigger resistors, same ohms. I mean, the one side does have an extra component. I'm not even sure what the component is. It looks like a voltage regulator of some sort. Technically, but still give off the same amount of ohms, the same voltage. It should still be the same voltage. That's what I'm not understanding. It's the same voltage, it's 12 volt in, 12 volt out, but with potentiometer it should be lowering it. And on both sides, the one side with this extra component that I'm not even sure what it is just full bore. One. Gonna pass through? Not getting any readings. So it must want voltage in. Ohm. $48 kilo ohm? $48 kilo ohm with 12 volts. Voltage 12. Current. Not sure. Resistance 48. Kilo ohm. Volt. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Speed? Haven't seen you in a while. Oh man, well hopefully you're recovering alright. At least the best you can. Yeah, no doubt. Try to take it easy though. Try to take it easy. Well, you make sure you do a full recovery then. You'll just pull it in like that. I need tweezers for this, or something to hold this. Let's see. Where is mine? Where did I put it? Clamp for now. It'll do. It'll do, donkey. It'll do. Yep. That'll do. That'll do. Sweet. I think that will work. Exactly. You need to go take it easy. He needs to take it easy and do a full recovery. Come on, baby. Come on. Yeah. So, what I did there was completely remove that component. And let's see if it worked. Just need a clamp to hold it though. Make sure no solder joints or put a short in anything. Looking pretty chills. What I might do though is clean up these pads a bit. There we go. Oh. There we go. Yeah, right? uh, nothing. Literally did nothing. Yo. Yeah, it literally did nothing. So removing that component literally did nothing. Man. Yep. It literally does nothing. Oh, 'cause it's not passing into 2R2. I'll have to connect those two. I'll have to connect that end to that end. That doesn't even make sense. Okay, so here, there is fine. There to there, there to that end. And that end, to there. There to there. This one here, I really have to add a wire from this side from there. To there. So that way that can talk to that and that and that. Okay. The odds layout for PCB though. Okay, so I might have easily figured it out. Might have been easy. So what I got here is a roll of epoxy coated copper, and which I'll be using for a trace, technically. Thick trace would work. Okay, so I need to attach there to there. Yeah, the tweezers here. Down. Down. Yeah, that'll do, donkey. That'll do. Alright. So that's that. Gonna need some flux on this. And I'm gonna need some little extra salt. Don't need a whole lot for this. Should be fairly easy to do. Where did I put my little tweezers? Not so. Angle tweezers make things a little bit easier. Oh, what I should do though. Should do is scratch. And there goes that. Let's make a new piece. Hey, how's it going, Lemon? How's it going, Lemon? Scratch off some of the epoxy layer. Should melt, but just to make sure it does have good connectivity, what I'm gonna do, hopefully be able to stick this down in that hole. I said, hopefully. I'm on. How you doing, Lemon? Okay, so it's really wanting to be a pain. It really wants to be a pain in my butt. Come on. It really wants to be. Hey, hey, Fonzie. All right. Now I need the snippy snaps. Should grab my actual proper snips, but these work. Hey, hey, Fonzie. Go. Go. Okay, time to test it out. Okay, so it's still saying no. Okay, so it must be another point I need to solder to. Hmm. Okay, so probably just solder the potentiometer, solder on 12 volt to it. Layout is not making sense to me. Not if I use that, because that's not going to do anything. I need that to attach down to that. There to there. Yes? No. That point to that point? No. This is such a weird layout on this PCB for 12 volt. At least on the one side. Why is one side so much different than the other side? I don't get that. I'm not understanding it. That runs to there, that runs to there, that runs to there. Wonder if that's just a dead piece of hardware. And I just solder those ends together. Okay, so I know at least the one side works, so that's the main thing. One side works. So to add that on to the other one, test out 12 volt on this. Let's see if I get 12 volt. Yeah, guess testing it would be the best idea. Just not understanding the one side. Not making sense. It could be one power in, and I can use one side of the ground for two grounds. The ground for the in and ground for the out. Then power out. That's how potentiometer can work. 3-pin at least. And it's just a voltage regulator. Just change the voltage. Like micro adjust. Okay. So what I'm going to do, solder on some wires to the... So what I'm trying to do here is put a fan on here. I had a fan on here before, but it ran at full bore. Full 12 volt, ran at full bore. What I would like to do is be able to change the actual fan speed. So I want to add a potentiometer. So I'm gonna need some leads. Where am I gonna get some? Where am I gonna get some? Go. Ground. This one to my 12. Cut these to the same length. Go. I gotta tin these wires. Tinning's fairly easy. Heat up the wire, add solder. I'm just gonna use my core wire here, 0.08, 0.8 millimeter. So what I'm doing is gonna hook up 12 volts to the ground on this side, and only use the one side potentiometer for now because I can't seem to figure out why it's only giving me full blast on the other potentiometer. Because the one side of this PCB is completely different than the other side of PCB. It also has an extra component on the other side of the PCB. And it doesn't matter if I add on like a trace myself and add on to the wires that could possibly lead to the other resistors. It's not giving me voltage control on both of them. So I'm not sure. That's not making sense to me. So I'm gonna add the leads on here. attach them onto this side, onto the back side of this PCB, onto the side that I know works, and see if I can actually adjust the voltage of the fan. Yeah, because in theory, technically, yeah, I should be able to adjust the voltage, but this is just a cleaner for the tip. It's a brass cluster, basically. It cleans excess solder, the solder I don't want on it. This solder here is not very good for soldering on electronics, but it's good for desoldering components, just extra solder. Helps out desoldering stuff, I use that quite a bit. It's good to get in these big rolls. 1 pound, the two of these are 1 pound rolls. No, this is a half-pound roll, and then I got 1 pound rolls as well, but these are half-pound rolls. So, I'm going to add on the lead to the 12 volts. Not very pretty, but it works. Hey, hey, Ponzi. Alright, so, oh, guess we need some flucky flux for this one. Other one's good. This one needs some flucky flux. 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 We need some flux. Hey, there we go. Good solid connections. Yeah. Okay, tension that works. And I need to check. Power. Here. that one to there. I'm gonna need a little bit of flux. And a little bit of solder. Voila. A little bit of solder. And then I need to do right side. Check, make sure it's a stable connection. Nope, that one's not a good stable connection point. Come on, baby. Hey, Bonzi! That's what I like. Good stable connection point, both sides. All sides, good. And then I'm going to do the fan. So it should be the same way. Commercial! Thank you, YouTube. Alright, give me 1 second, I'm gonna test this out. I don't have enough plugs over there. Unfortunately, I don't have enough plugs over there to show. So, give me 1 sec here. Oh yeah. Okay. I just gotta do one little adjustment. But yeah, it's gonna work. Have to redo a solder point. But yeah, it looked good. Now shake drinks, really? Looks like my sponsor has competition. Oh, wrong side. Yeah. Add that over here. What do you mean? I'm not sure. You talking about the top fan thing for the XP? I'm not sure. It's supposed to be for if you're supposed to do something. I'm not sure what I'll do for it. I'm honestly not sure what I'm gonna do for it. Yeah. So it's a point system for top talkers in chat. And I'm not sure what I would do or what there is to do. It's new. It's new. And I don't know what to do. I don't know much about it because it's new. I mean, yeah, no. I mean, AMD selling 2,000 CPUs in a month is like hotcakes for AMD. Because AMD is so small. Oh, I wish I had another power outlet. Show ya. Nice. You're already supposed to donate money. You still haven't donated. After I hit 1,000 subscribers, remember? Oh! That's right. Did you? So you have proof for twice? Or just once? Or it's supposed to be twice. What is the YouTube cut on the donations? I lose 30% in taxes. And YouTube takes a small portion. Pick a number between 1 and 50. 37. $37. 43. Dang. Yeah, the YouTube cut, is that what you talked about there? No? The YouTube cut? But yeah, I was able to, yeah, so it works. The potentiometer works for it. I can't show you. I want to be able to show you. No. Not that much. Not for like donations. I mean, if you want to make sure that YouTube doesn't get anything, you use my PayPal. Do whatever you want there, Mo. I don't make your life decisions. How long will you have to hold on to it to sell it for $5.50 though? That's, I mean, if you're okay to hold on to it, then yeah. Well, there you go. That should be fairly easy. A little bit, yeah. Not fully own. But yeah, like I don't lose really anything from PayPal. And crypto donos, there's a fee as well. You don't know what PayPal is? What is the PayPal? It's in the link description. You just gotta click description and click more. Alright, so that worked. I'm actually quite happy with that. It worked. Trying to figure out how I can show you. Cord's not long enough for showing it on camera. I don't have another plug that'll reach. Pattern? What? Yeah, yeah, you just click the more. Let me check. Give me a second here. Yeah, I get it. I get what you mean. So it should be, click some more, click about, click the about. Click more and then click about. Don't make fun of me for saying about. Might hurt my feelings. Yeah, click more and then click about. Yeah, should be there. Should show everything there. Yeah. We got voltage control, and it's sensitive. Like, I can turn it down to, like, probably, like, almost 20 RPM. It's good. It's good. Maybe not 20 RPM, maybe, like, around 100 RPM. But it's good. I'm happy. Very happy. Happy, happy, happy. So, exactly what I wanted. Go. Oh, I should have tinned this before I turned it off. I gotta tin it. I gotta tin it. Beautiful. So, after you're done soldering, try to tin your solder. It's called tinning. Tinning the tip. Try to add solder to your tip before you turn it off and not use it for a while. It'll help make sure that next time you use the soldering iron, the solder actually sticks to the tip. So, happy about that. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so I got that sorted out. So what I'm going to have to do then now, what I would like to get is like the epoxy coating. I might just use some sort of, probably like liquid electrical tape basically, just to cover up those electrical contacts that I did there and just make things safer overall. I'll have to get some at some point. And then what I'm going to be doing is getting some aluminum. I'm not sure what thickness of aluminum yet. I would like to get at least probably a 1/16 inch thick aluminum. I gotta get a new rivet gun because the last rivet gun got stolen, unfortunately. So I have to get a new rivet gun. I got a bunch of rivets that I can use. And then I'm going to bend up an actual case for the actual monitor, make it look good. And then actually have it so I'm going to have, it's 1/4 inch thread. I'm not sure if I have it round. Here's one. So 1/4 inch thread that you would use for like a camera or something like that, and I'll add a 1/4 inch thread insert so that way I can hook the monitor to like a stand of some sort. So I like to use that monitor for some things. If not, I'll probably be putting it into that PC case, and yeah, it's gonna be a little different. I might just use that monitor in that PC case. I'm thinking about doing power from the SATA connection, 12 volt SATA, and then using a 12 volt SATA connection power point to power the monitor. So that way the wiring is all done from the PC itself. I don't have to worry about like adding on the brick. I'll just use a SATA connector power, which is more than enough for 2 amp 12 volt. That's what the monitor specifies, and then be able to wire it nicely onto the PC, and then build a case around the monitor so that way I can hook the monitor up to the PC case nice and securely. That's what the kind of the plan was. Or like I said, hook it up so that way I can use it as a monitoring monitor. Again, it's just a 7-inch 1080p monitor. 60 hurt though. It's still 60 hurt. Full 60 hurt. Yeah. Voila. Alright, I should probably end the stream here. Commercial. Take 2. Yeah, I think I should. Not many people are joining. A lot of people left. Life insurance ad. Yeah, I probably should take off. It's 1 a.m. and basically everyone left except for you. Yup. Yeah, I know my streams haven't been all that exciting, so it's hard to be excited nowadays, to be honest. Don't know. Actually never thought about it, man. I know there's a lot of other people that do those kind of things, and they charge quite a bit. I'm just not one of them people that charge that kind of money for something like that. I'm the kind of person that wants to help out people and not have to have them worry about paying, more or less. Just watch my videos and come to my live streams. And yeah, I know I should start thinking more about that kind of stuff, but just don't. I know. I mean, one of the top donors that I had, I don't know, just all of a sudden left, gone, and then I would help him all the time for free, but not technically free because he was a good donator, like a really, really good donator. But I helped him out all the time. Helped him out with voltages, RAM timings. PC hardware and money. Yeah. Well, a couple PC hardware, but mostly money. Yep. I mean, it sucks that he left, but with no word of why. Yeah, exactly. Money helps. Money helps, especially right now. Things are not easy, man. Not easy at all. But that's life. That's life. Can't really complain, I guess. Yeah, I hear you there. I hear you there, man. Hopefully things are better for you now, though. Maybe. I mean, I should be. Like, I have to get some videos done too, but probably will be streaming, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Text? I don't believe so. I should have Canada US wide call and text. Should. Yep. Yeah, I should have technically international calling, but guaranteed it's Canada US. And then so many texts basically. Alright, we'll do. Yeah, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. Should have. Just give me 1 sec here. Yep, I can do Canada, US, and international. So many a month, but yep. I can. Unlimited in, 2,000 out. I had to change my plan, make it cheaper, so that's all I get. Oh, I didn't check that. Unlimited. Oh. No, it's just Canada. I had to change my plan, so no longer have calls for US. If you want, use Discord. Just use the Discord chat. Yeah, Discord works good. Yeah. Yeah, just shoot me a message in the Discord whenever you need a hand or want to talk. Yeah, just shoot me a message on Discord whenever you're ready. I'll just be working away until I stream, basically. Work on videos and more research. Gotta keep up to date on the research. Make sure I'm up to date on the leaks and PC hardware stuff. So that way when somebody tells me something that doesn't make sense, I go, doesn't make sense. I've already talked about it. I've already read about it multiple different places. What you're saying is wrong. What I'm saying is right. Try to remember what I'm saying, because I'm right. Alright, sounds good, man. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here. Yeah. Yeah, good night. Yeah, should be. We'll try to get up early somewhat. And she's just in the box. She's just in the box. So, again, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donors. Guys, I have about this channel more you know. Again, thank you to my sponsor. If you guys want to help out this channel, just click that link in the description below. And all you got to do is just click the link in the description below. Pick out whatever you want to pick out for the actual flavors that you like for the energy drink. And you get 10% off. It's already included as soon as you click the link. If you don't click the link and go to W website anyways, if you put in OCPC all capital for the coupon code, that will give you 10% off as well. Again, thank you to my viewers, subscribers, and donors. Again, thank you to W for sponsoring me. And as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace.